Oh, the Pope of Atheism wrote a text saying, be nice is just cold, Randolph. Give him your sweater, you jerk.
He told you.
Yeah, you called it.
So who's Mubarak?
Mubarak has joined our panel, and he's an ex-Muslim who has a lot of great information about Islam.
Yeah, he's been part of Anra's Quran lessons panel for a long time.
Gotcha.
And was probably one of the few that Arn thought he couldn't do the show without. And he's a co-host on one of the best channels on YouTube. Can I go for it?
It's not one of, it's the best.
Mubarak, how many times have you read the Quran?
Do you mean read it for knowledge study, or do you mean read it as
Just
a
read it in general?
Oh, multiple times, many times. As when I was a Muslim, I used to read it on a regular basis, just read through it.
And now you can read sci-fi novels and fantasy novels, like J.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings.
Okay,
You might want to be a little careful with L. Ron Hubbard's content, though.
The sci-fi novel has really became my hobby now. It's like I read Lord of the Rings, then went to Hitchhiker Guide to the Galaxy, then to Dune, and then now I'm going through all the Discworld novels, and I'm just embracing everything in it.
And before you would have just read the Quran, right?
Exactly.
And speaking about sci-fi novels, Mubarak has discovered that there are some similarities between Islam and Book of Mormon. About that.
And not necessarily in the story itself. Like the Book of Mormon have its own personal story that made up, as we all suspect and know. But the way how Joseph Smith kind of rallied people behind him and stuff, it's very similar to what Muhammad did.
Yeah. And I told Arn about this. We need you on the Book of Mormon show sometime to talk about that. But it could also be that Arn just wants to have you back on a show.
I don't know if I will add any real knowledge to it, because they're trying to they're doing a great job just reading the book, and it's good.
Yeah. Well, so reading the book is a side effect. It's more a comedy show where they and we got a terrific panel.
Man, I love our website.
Oh, I'm so glad you like it.
atheisthelpline.com and .org, link to it.
Wait, what? Atheist Helpline?
Yeah.
Theist Helpline.
Go to google.com or just pull up whatever browser actually and type in atheisthelpline.com, and it redirects to Theist Helpline.
Oh, gotcha.
Life is going to like that.
It's because Darth's thing he does is called Atheist
Atheist
Helpline.
Helpline, yeah.
Yeah.
Mubarak, when you say you have knowledge of history, is that world history or is that history of Islam?
And both, I
So you're a historian as well. Okay.
I'm not a historian. I went to college to study history, but I did not graduate or get I'm not a historian. It's not a title I will take. But yeah,
Okay, so I'll put you
I
down.
like history.
I'll just put you down as of world history then. So
Yes.
okay, yeah, and I'm going to mention that you're co-host on Peter's show as well.
Darth
Yeah.
Nihilus, I do see you in the audience. We'll be starting here in 4 minutes. We're just getting everything set up right now. So if you just keep your hand raised, I'll get you pulled up first. But just hang on for like 7 or 8 minutes.
Hey, Amy.
Hello, hello. How are you guys?
Long time no see.
Indeed. Some would say years. Some would say hours.
Have the biggest hands.
Some would say, amazing.
They might.
Indeed.
Okay, I'm just printing out the new sheet that I need to read. We'll be starting in about 3 minutes, everybody. Taco, I'm glad to hear that it's showing up properly in Google for you.
I didn't mean Google. I meant browser. I just said Google because that was the first term that came to mind.
Good morning, Jack Burton.
Hey, Jack.
Good morning.
Okay, everybody in the audience, just so you know, we're going to be starting in about 1 minute here.
Seconds.
All right, I set the everyone right there. I'm gonna go to channels right now and do a verbal. I'll be right back.
Okay, and you started the stream, right? I mean, started the stage? Okay.
Yeah. It's all ready to go. You should have perms, Randolph.
Perfect. Okay.
There's Carly with T-Jump image
Okay.
again.
I need to start. Sorry,
Yep.
I need to start it. I need to start it now. Sorry. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to the Theist Helpline. Today is March 19th, 2023. Your friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline are, in alphabetical order, Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love. She's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. X is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described middle-aged college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist, and he's mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy-boy chair. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen Show. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and Christianity, and the history surrounding it. Mubarak is an ex-Muslim who grew up in Saudi Arabia with knowledge of Islam and world history. He's also a co-host on Peter de Tucker's YouTube show. Peter de Tucker is an atheist epistemologist from the Netherlands, inspired by Aaron Ra, Seth Anders, Anthony Magnabosco, and others. He started a YouTube channel that mainly focuses on religion, but he also hosts shows on other topics, including interviews with other content creators and atheists he meets through social media. Let's see, the epistemological conversations with believers are loosely based on the atheist experience, with a slightly different approach. The hosts engage with only one person per episode and endeavor to be non-confrontational. The goal of the channel is to help people evaluate the claims posited by their belief system. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada. I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco is the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline. He's a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a debate in his life. He also manages the queue for people who are trying to join our panel to convince us that a deity doesn't exist or what other topic is relevant. Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing but are not, helping people by providing affordable housing. A noble goal indeed. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We appreciate you being here, and we look forward to speaking with you and hearing your arguments in favor of theism, or that a goddess or a god exists. Before we begin our show, did anybody on our panel have anything to say? And also a great welcome to Mubarak for joining our panel and becoming one of our regular panel hosts.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see everybody. Hope everyone is as excited as we are.
And I feel like this week is gonna be the week. But I get good evidence for theism.
You got a feeling?
Indeed.
I mean, it's very possible. It's definitely logically possible that we all become convinced today by Smooth, who's up first. Also, if anybody else would like to raise your hand, feel free to. We'll just get to people in order here.
Stop.
Oh, guess not.
We've got Russia Defender up next, who's always feisty.
Good morning, Russia Defender. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Back out of Discord real quick and then rejoin if you're on your phone. It's probably messing it up.
I wonder if he's got a comment on the ICC issuing a warrant for for Putin's
It looks
arrest.
like he is. I mean, I saw that update to his name.
Who's the ICC?
The International Criminal Court.
Yeah, in The Hague, Netherlands.
Some trafficking accusations going around, right?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Good morning.
Bro, phone on stages is so trash, bro. It never fucking works. But,
yeah, I'm with you, dude.
honestly, both the Putin charges by the ICC and the Trump charges, it's all performative, dude. It's all politically motivated. It's like nothing burger fucking like law. It's just all just to like condemn like people because they're political opponents. That's how I see it.
You don't think both of those people have actually committed crimes?
You think it's surprising the deep state, both Putin and Trump at the same time? At the same time, you think that's a coincidence?
You think abducting kids and then
that didn't happen? There's no
distributing?
Evidence. Yeah, you have evidence?
Yes, there is evidence.
Go
There's
ahead.
actually people in Russia claiming to have
actors. You got
adopted
actors.
Ukrainian.
That's
No,
great.
you don't got actors. You got people in Russian government.
Okay. This is off topic, and we shouldn't probably be saying stuff like that here. So let's. Do you have anything related to theism you would like to discuss today?
Yeah. So, I was gonna say that. I was gonna continue on some of the things I was saying in the other conversation, but the evidence against natural science, right? Or at least not all of natural science, but like macroevolution proves that the only reasonable option in all of the available options is that God or some sort of creator created life as opposed to like natural causes. So
okay, so Russia, that's two different things actually. So you mentioned evolution, and then when you talk about creation, you're talking about like abiogenesis. So they're two separate things. Would you agree that God can exist and evolution can be true?
I mean, yeah, that could be the case.
Oh yeah, he said macro, so I'm assuming you believe in microevolution.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
You understand it's the same mechanism, just different timescales.
Well, the problem is that you can never show that because there's no way to prove like over millions of years that that's happening. You can only prove what we can see. We cannot observe that scientifically.
Yeah,
we've never observed millions of years.
We've
of
observed speciation.
Yeah, but we've never observed one kind.
That's not true. We can actually prove what we cannot see, and evolution dictates that it is over multiple generations.
And speciation is macroevolution, not micro.
Well, there's also something important to point out, Russia, is that so our understanding, like our current level of understanding regarding evolution, allows us to make advancements in other fields. So predominantly, and we've made giant advancements in agriculture, in animal husbandry, and in medicine. Okay. So these three fields that help to keep us alive as a species on this planet, which have been vital to us. The reason we have those advances is because of our implicit understanding of evolution. So if we were wrong about evolution, if evolution was fake and didn't work the way it did, then we wouldn't have been able to make the advancements we have because all of those are predicated on our understanding of they're predicated on the understanding of the mechanism. So,
but hold on, the mechanism I never disagreed with. Remember, I never disagreed with the mechanism. Well,
both.
I'm disagreeing. My disagreement is history. We're disagreeing on the history of evolution, not the mechanism. I'm not disagreeing on the mechanism, but the history of like millions of years and like
yes, but the history.
That's what I'm rejecting.
The understanding of the history goes into that.
No,
you're also off if you
that's
think. Depending on your age of the Earth and what you are saying. In fact, I'll just ask: how old do you think the Earth is then?
I don't have a position on that. I don't know.
So what?
Do you
I don't
reject
think it's billions of years, but I don't have a direct answer on that.
Do you reject the evidence?
And if you don't know, how can you claim that the history is wrong? If you don't know the history,
well, I'm claiming that your claim of like how history happened is wrong. I'm not claiming that I have like this like very detailed example of what is. I'm just saying I'm rejecting your hypothesis.
How can you claim history is wrong if you don't know the history?
Because you're claiming you know the history and you haven't provided the evidence.
No, Russia. We do have the evidence because we can look at what we have now. We can understand the mechanism of what it is now, and we understand the past as well. We understand many variables in the past. as far as like what the climate was like, what the ecology was
observe
like.
that.
No,
You
no,
never
but
observed that.
no, we didn't. We don't. Well, technically, we can measure it because we have evidence of it.
Yeah, but you're assuming that all the factors remain constant, like carbon dating, for instance. That assumes all the conditions remain constant.
No, that's why
across
we
all
use
this
that's
time
why we
period.
use potassium argon dating.
Okay, what's that? What's that?
Potassium argon dating is valid up to hundreds of millions of years.
How do we know
and
that?
even further, huh?
How do we know that?
Because we implicitly understand chemistry and physics.
Yeah, but again, those chemistry and physics abide by the laws of physics, which you're assuming remain constant for that to be true.
Okay, so what in your worldview, in your mind, what would entail that they were different in the past?
What do you mean?
Like, what is giving you? So you're saying that we're simply assuming that they were the same, but no, we have no reason to it. We have no reason. There's nothing to imply that they were different.
Well, we have no reason to believe one way or another.
Wait.
So
I want to, like, we have novel testable predictions. That's the evidence. So you can start with any hypothesis you want. You make predictions about the future. If you get it right, you have evidence. And we've done that. What is your evidence? Like, if you think that ours is wrong, why are we able to predict the future accurately and you're not?
Well, aren't you kind of like pivoting the conversation? I thought we were talking about like the evidence of the past. You're trying to look to the future.
What is the evidence of the past?
We're talking about the past, bro.
Our evidence of the past is our ability to make novel predictions about the future. So if
I'm talking about the evidence of dating.
Yes,
but science is about being able to predict the future. We are able to use the geological column and genetics to not only build a history, but we are able to predict the future.
No, you can make fairy tale books where you show
the dating mechanisms have.
I'd like a chance. Can I like just get a chance here? So the evidence that we are right about evolution is that we take the idea of evolution and say, if this is true, what would we expect to find in the future? Like, would we expect to find a half lizard, half fish called Tiktaalik exactly the correct geological timescale that we would expect it to be on if evolution is true? We then look, we find it, we're correct. That's evidence of evolution. So evidence.
But I don't reject that. I'm not rejecting that. That's microevolution again.
Stop.
We're talking about macroevolution.
Stop talking.
No, dude. You need to show evidence.
Stop talking.
Show evidence.
Mute him. So the evidence is the ability to predict the future before we know it. If we can predict the future before we know it, that's evidence. The evolutionary worldview can predict.
No, you could have just gotten
Stop
lucky.
talking. Mute him. Oh my God, mute him already. So if we can predict the future before we know it and get it right, that's evidence of the hypothesis. So the hypothesis of evolution that we could predict that we would find a half lizard, half fish at the exact predicted geological layer is evidence of evolution, and it's not evidence for creation because creationists didn't predict it. We can predict things we'll discover in the future and be right. You can't. That's the evidence of evolution.
Also, to point out Russia Defender, just someone in my live chat. So Dr. Clive Wells, who is works in the theoretical physics. Stellar evolution calculations confirm the constancy of the laws of physics over the lifetime of the universe, which is 13.8 billion years. So yes, but either then it's like we're not talking about physics like that. But when it comes down to it, just like the planet in and of itself, that we understand these things. T-Jump is correct about the prediction of Tiktaalik, and so we do have the information. We can. So, but my question to you was, you seem to believe that it could have been different in the past.
Well, I wanted to go with my question because he keeps up evidence. Evidence is novel testable predictions. We can predict the future. So Russia Defender, we can predict the future with our hypothesis. Your hypothesis can't. That's the evidence.
No, I'm simply saying that speciation happens. So when you bring up like a lizard, half fish, whatever, that doesn't mean anything, right? That's just another species of the same animal. But can you prove the history of evolution, which is what I initially argued?
So
can you prove the billions of years?
Yes, we can.
And the fucking the ape to a human? Can you prove any of that? Do you have any?
Okay, hang on a sec, T-Jump. Hang on. I know where you're going, T-Jump. But Russia, come on, dude. Yes, we can verify the age of the Earth. You did ask that previously.
How?
How do we independently verify uranium zircon?
I want to keep going on my questions here.
I understand that, T-Jump, but hang on a second. So we have independently verified the age of the Earth. We know it to be around 4.5 billion years.
I want to continue.
Uranium zircon dating.
How do you know that, dude?
Uranium zircon dating.
Let me just say this one thing, right? You guys know Aaron Ra? Do you guys know who Aaron Ra is?
Yes, we know who Aaron Ra is.
So Aaron Ra says,
I'm his
Hold on.
producer. Hold on.
I'm not finished. Peter, let me make this point, bro. Chill.
Hold on.
Chill.
I'm his producer.
Hold on, bro. Let me make this point. I was speaking.
Aaron. His name
Come
is
on, guys.
Aaron
One
Ra,
of y'all
not
concede
Aaron
and
Ra.
let the other talk for a
wait,
second. Have a
wait.
conversation. Come on.
I just want to make this one point, right? So Aaron Ra, I'm telling you this.
Aaron Ra.
So Aaron Ra, whatever, right? He says
Aaron
that.
Ra.
There's no evidence that Jesus ever existed, right? And there's no evidence, and that was 2,000 years ago.
Go
So he
argue
can
with
make that
Aaron Ra
claim,
about that.
but you guys get to claim that millions and billions of years ago this animal lived and the climate was
That
exactly
was
like
a
5
complete
degrees.
non sequitur.
How does that
What
make
the
any
hell did
sense?
Aaron
Can
Ra
you-
have to do
how do
with
you wrap
anything
your
we
head
were
around
talking
that?
about?
Well, can you bring us the fossil of Jesus and then we'll date it?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Can we go back to
Also,
the
Bro, how
topic?
do you
Aaron
date
didn't.
it?
Evidence.
How do you
Also,
date it?
Aaron didn't say that.
What's
Oh my
your
God.
dating method?
Oh my God!
But yes, let's go back to a novel test
Russia.
prediction that you can go to the future.
Russia,
or jail
I just told you we
Yeah,
use
Gail just
uranium. We
explained
use
that.
uranium zircon dating to date the age of the Earth. We independently verified it with zircon samples taken from the moon during the Apollo missions.
Bro, what does the moon have to do with anything?
And fun fact, I recently hosted a conversation with someone who is in physics and who actually engages in dating. We can date sometimes up until the day. We're that
Oh my God,
accurate.
please stop. This is
Well,
way,
of course, so
way,
according to
way
a guy with
over
a
our head.
PhD, that's true.
So
But how do
let's-
we know for sure? How do you know for a fact?
to know something for a fact, to have evidence?
Education.
Stop, please stop. Oh my God. To be able to have evidence is your ability to predict the future, predict things we don't know yet,
Right.
and get it right. So if we like argon, zirconium dating, all that stuff, the reason we know that's right is because we can use it to predict the future about things we don't know yet and get it right. You
Like
cannot
what?
do that.
Give me an
Lots
example of
things, lots
dating
things.
used to predict the future.
Forget that garbage. I don't care. What is like?
Wait, why are
I
you
gave
running
you an
from that?
example because
Don't
that's
run from
a
that.
pointless example. My example is Tiktaalik. It's very easy to understand. We can
That
predict
doesn't
things.
have
Stop,
anything to do with
stop,
dating, though.
Stop.
I want to know about dating
Stop.
specifically.
Holy shit. Shut up. If we can predict the future, that's evidence of any hypothesis we have. So we predict
No,
evolution is correct. And if we can use that to predict the future about
Not
finding
true.
double hinge jaw joints, about finding Tiktaalik, about finding ERV patterns, that's all evidence of our hypothesis of evolution. Why do you think
it's not.
how? How is it not?
Because that's evidence, right? But it's only evidence of microevolution.
No.
You need to demonstrate the history of evolution,
no.
which you have failed to demonstrate. So,
Physics
I'm asking
Now
you,
you're
physics
just-
have
Stop,
anything
stop,
to
hold
do
on,
with
hold on.
microevolution.
can you
Stop,
demonstrate, right, a prediction you can make in the future based off of dating, based off of some sort of carbon dating or whatever dating? Can you prove the future with it? How?
Yes, that's what I just did.
How?
So if I can have a prediction about evolution is millions of years old, and then I predict we will find Tiktaalik because evolution is millions of years old, and we find it, that's evidence of evolution being millions
No,
of
it's
years
not.
old.
It's just guessing.
Yes, it is. But Russia
No,
Defender.
oh my God, please stop. Please
Do you
stop.
know how
Nope.
much of science is just guessing and
stop,
making like
stop.
ideas?
Stop. So yes, science is guessing and then confirming the guess. And if you get it right, that's evidence. You don't
No,
have
it's not
any
evidence.
Yes, it
Yes,
is.
it actually is, Russia.
You
Russian
need direct
Defender.
evidence.
Hold on.
Wait,
Russian
you need
Defender.
direct
There is
evidence.
no separation.
Wait. So why do
Like
you
you
think?
need to show me a dinosaur walking around.
Why
You
do
need to
you
show me a
think?
dinosaur walking around that we can
Why
observe,
do you
we can
think?
examine.
Stop. Why do you think the ability to predict the future accurately is not evidence?
Because anybody, like, listen, do you know how many things Alex Jones has fucking predicted and gotten right? Is that
Zero.
evidence that he's right?
Well,
In the amount you've gotten wrong.
I have a
He
question.
predicts stuff
I
all the
talked
time, bro. He said like
Wait,
all this different
Russian
stuff.
Defender.
Oh my God!
Russian
You should
Defender.
have Aaron
I
Jones
talked
talk. You should
to-
have Aaron Ra talk to Alex Jones.
Hold
That'll
on. I
clear this
have
whole thing up.
hold on. I have talked to Neil Shubin, the guy who found Tiktaalik. Russian
Why are-
Defender. Can you tell me how he found Tiktaalik? What was the process involved?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Why are you
Nothing
putting
you
Oh,
say
so
to
it
this kid
doesn't matter,
matters.
but you know it's wrong. You don't know how he
Because
found
Peter,
I
it.
haven't
everybody,
seen
nothing
evidence.
you
I
say to
just
this
haven't
kid
seen any of the
matters.
evidence.
Russia
No, it
Defender.
doesn't.
Okay, let's go
Nothing
back.
you say to him.
We
You
can
said-
we can skip and go to the
So-
next.
I'm not
No,
understanding
no,
what-
please, just
the
let me
argument
go to
of
this
no-
point.
You guys are
Okay.
trying to quiz me on
So,
Tiktaalik, bro. I don't know anything about that, bro. So stop trying to
there
like do
is-
this fucking
The
tricks.
only separation between micro and macroevolution is time, and so you already
But
granted
that's your
us
opinion.
speciation. No,
That's
that
your
is
opinion.
the factual view
Can you
from
show
the
me a fish
scientific
walking out of water? Can you
community.
show me that?
No,
What's the
and that
point
is
of
what I
showing
would
you
call.
anything? You don't know
So-
these
Can you
key
show me
points
an
of
ape turning into a
information.
human?
So
You can't show
that
me
isn't
macroevolution. It's over millions of years,
and
bro.
so what you're telling us is you don't understand what evolution is. But
No,
that's
what I'm
okay.
saying is you have no proof.
think that a fish just walked out of the water one day
Over
and
millions
was
of
like,
years, yes. Right?
ah,
Over millions of years,
over
a fish did walk
millions
out
of
water.
years. Yeah, you do understand we have like semi-aquatic creatures like frogs, right?
So
that go
let me
in the
ask you,
water and
how does
go
a
on
fish walk out
land.
of water? Do you have any evidence of that?
You agree there are frogs, right? That go
Yeah, but
on
frogs are not
water
fish.
and
How
on
are
land.
frogs fish,
So
bro?
you
What?
agree now that we have fish. You agree that there are semi-aquatic creatures that go in between, and you agree that there are land creatures, right?
Yeah, but I got no evidence of them evolving up to that. Nope.
Well, we have all empirical evidence. That's what the scientific community is.
Where's that
We're
evidence?
just so if I gave you a journal from Nature, would you accept it? And you would go, "Oh, well, I've seen this journal from Nature. It is a peer-reviewed
Bro,
modern
you
stream
can show me
scientist."
all the journals you want, but science is about
There we
observation.
go.
If you guys are
That's
scientists,
what I'm
you know
saying.
that. It's about
You don't accept
observation.
science.
Nobody
That's what we're
has
trying to
observed
point
in
out.
millions of years.
Russia Defender,
evolution.
do
No
me a
one's ever
favor.
observed
Just
it.
in
No
your
one's
own
ever
words,
studied it.
define
No one's
Russia
ever
Defender.
like examined it.
Russia Defender, in your own words,
Yeah.
just give me a loose definition of evolution.
Evolution is the theory of natural selection through random mutation that slowly progresses living beings.
That's an odd definition, strangely worded.
That's a great definition.
Sort of.
Slowly progresses.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's the natural selection is the mechanism, is part of the process, but evolution is essentially the positive or negative selection for or against specific gene alleles dependent upon evolutionary pressures over time, resulting in changes to the organism. So
also, speciation doesn't happen through mutation; it happens through adaptation, actually.
Okay, but Russia, at the very start of this, you accept the mechanism of evolution. You accept the mechanism of evolution.
Adaptation.
Yeah.
Peter, you accept the mechanism of evolution. You understand that. That's great.
Yeah.
You don't have a problem with God existing and evolution being true. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay,
No
that's fine. The evidence that we have that we derive these conclusions from all specifically state the conclusions that we are telling you. Okay, so let me ask you this. If it's not the case, why does the evidence say something different?
Well, I've been asking this whole call, what is the evidence that I'm looking at that we can examine together?
You were given piece of information, you rejected it or pled ignorance towards it. So
well, I just said that
there's really nothing we can do with you.
No, I didn't plead. No, don't lie. I didn't.
I'm not lying. That's exactly what you said.
Someone asked me to define.
You just brought up a specific false. I don't know what that is. I don't care about that.
He asked me to define a word, dude. This is not a fucking book.
No, I asked you to define a word.
This is not a nerd
Russia.
Are you insane? Is that what's going on?
Can you define
Russia.
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious?
Russia.
Can you define
okay, so
this
is just a giant
Russia.
troll.
Hang on, guys.
Dale, it's just a giant troll. I don't take this serious.
I know.
Can we please skip to the next guest? We've got someone with their hand up.
I wanted to actually talk with him.
As JL suggested, never bring this guy up again because this is the argument from Nuh-uh. We're never going to get anywhere.
I can make progress.
Let's just hear what TJump had to say.
I can actually make progress with him if you guys stop interrupting. I just want to go through this simple concept. You guys are bringing up way too many complex topics that are way over his head. You got to start with something way simple, way simpler. In order to make, I did it last time. Remember, he even admitted he didn't know something or had to check something to forget what it was. You have to go way simpler with people like that.
You are way too charitable.
It would work. It would work, T-Jump, but he needs to come up and be less heated.
No, he can be exactly the way he is. Just let him answer my questions.
All right, Russia, go ahead and answer the question, and then we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Novel testable predictions. Why is the ability to predict the future not evidence?
I mean, it can be evidence, but you have to show a huge body of it. You got to show hundreds of examples for it to build a theory together, because that's a huge burden of proof.
Yes, and we have hundreds of examples of evolution predictions. So doesn't that mean it's evidence?
Well, I'd have to see that.
Okay, there's a great video by Jackson Weed about the predictions made by evolution. He lists about 20 examples. If you accept those were actual predictions, would that be evidence of evolution?
Maybe. If I watch that video, I'll see.
Okay, that's a great example. You see, guys, progress. It's easy. You just got to start simple.
Yeah, you're trying to teach kickboxing to a snake.
Dude, Jack, you burped in VC, bro. I saw you burping in VC, bro.
Okay, that's
You're
fair.
on recording, dude.
Come
You're on
on, man. Okay.
What?
Well, thank you for answering that honestly. And T-Jump, if you could send him a link, I'm sure he would watch it or read it or whatever. Anybody have anything they want to say before we move on to Darth Nihilus?
One thing I found interesting is he was emphasizing that there needs to be massive amounts of evidence to build a theory, and that's not my understanding. Like, the quantity of evidence is important in certain things, statistical analysis and whatnot, but sometimes that's not always available. I don't know if maybe T-Jump can or J.L. Warren might be able to expand on this a little bit. If not, that's okay.
Well, no, he's right there. You need a lot of evidence to build like a sufficient theory. It's not just a little bit isn't sufficient. And so he's completely right to say that you need a lot of evidence to build like a really strong theory, not just a little bit is not sufficient. Like one observation is not enough. You can build a hypothesis with one, you can build a hypothesis with zero, but if you really want a solid, well-supported theory, you need a lot of evidence. And evolution has that. It has one of about as much evidence as heliocentrism.
That's the clarity I needed. Thank you very much for that. So the distinction is with the hypothesis, you don't necessarily need it, but with the actual theory, you do. Okay.
And my only point would be, it seems like an actual epistemology debate because he's not going to accept mainstream scientific evidence, and that's actually where we need to convince him to accept science and the scientific process.
That's why you got to start with
his problem is he doesn't want to learn.
Oh, I agree with you. I think you were doing good, T-Jump. I'm just saying. I think it's, yeah.
Hey,
his main problem is just he doesn't want to learn.
No, he's totally fine.
Okay, hello to we have a guest here, Darth Nihilus. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
I wanted to ask, do you believe in abiogenesis?
Yes.
What do you say?
No, I accept the evidence that we have for abiogenesis. That is something different than believing. Believing, if you're going to use the word believe, that when talking to a theist, that word has baggage. So let's use a different word so we can be accurate in what we actually do, and it is that we accept the evidence that we have for abiogenesis because of how it's presented and how we got it.
And what do you believe is, because you don't believe in abiogenesis necessarily, you just accept
it's not believe. It's so
wait, can we skip the semantics?
The word believe. The word believe.
Peter, skip the semantics. Yes, I believe in abiogenesis. What's your next point?
Okay, so my next point is, so you believe all this happened automatically through probability and chance alone, right?
No.
Determined by physical forces, yes.
Yeah, determined by physical forces, so
yes.
Through chance.
No, determined and chance are different things. So determined by physical forces is not chance.
But what is this physical force?
Gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces, those forces.
But did it not occur through chance?
No, they're determined.
Determined by what?
Physics, the laws of physics.
And
well, it did require the appropriate conditions on the Earth for them to arise. If those had been off, obviously, like temperature-wise stuff. So, but all it requires is the correct circumstances. That's it. So T-Jump is correct on that. It's just there are fundamental forces in the universe, and that we are a result of the combination of those in the correct environment. So all it takes is the window to open for life to emerge, and that's what happened on the Earth. So,
but do you not agree that in order for these organisms to emerge, certain particles had to collide at a certain angle, at a specific time, in a specific place, in order for an organism to arise? And is that not done through chance?
No, like magnets don't come together by chance. Magnets are drawn together because the positive and negative ends pull each other together. So particles like atoms bond together. Carbon is one of the most reactive, that has the most ways to combine than anything else, and so it combines in the same way a magnet combines. It's not because they just randomly happened to align in a random way. It's because the physical connectors on the particles are determined to connect in certain ways, and those certain ways lead to life, just like magnets are determined to connect. It's not random that magnets, like a positive and a negative end of a magnet, connect. It's determined that they connect.
It's a
but you
simple.
have
I have
all
a
these
simple
other
way of
molecules.
explaining it. If you take 2 hydrogen molecules and 1 oxygen molecule, do you think it happens by chance that you get water, or do you just get water?
It happens through chance. The particles need to collide at a certain angle, right, in order for the
No.
water molecule.
What do you mean by a
to
certain
unite.
angle?
A
What do you mean
certain
by a
angle in a certain position, in order for them to react and produce.
What do you mean
water.
by angle?
Angle means angle, sir.
There's
Yeah,
particle
explain in
fusion.
different words what you mean by angle.
Particle
Angle
fusion
I
means
have
doesn't
no
angle.
clue
work
what
by
you-
angles. This doesn't matter what angle you
Yeah.
smash the particles together. That doesn't make a difference.
No.
So you're saying that if I smash 2 particles together at that first collision, I will get the product I'm looking for.
Yes, that's correct. Like if you
So
smash the
why
particles,
industrial processes, for example, do they increase temperature to increase the rate of reaction?
because you have
right?
to smash the
Because
particles
more
together hard
particles-
enough.
Yeah, more particles are going to collide, and therefore that increases the probability of your compound that you want being produced.
Yeah, because you have to expand the particles, the electrons, so that it can fit in like a key. So if it's cold, it's too cold to actually fuse. So it's not angle doesn't matter. It's not because of angle.
Also, angle does matter.
No, angle does not matter.
It does.
No. It doesn't matter if you go left, right,
Explain how-
top, down,
explain-
makes no
ex-
difference.
Explain how it
It
matters.
does, sir.
No.
Explain how it
Particles need to
matters.
collide in a certain position in order for the compound to arise. They don't just
Explain
collide
how
and
the
then
ac-
the compound
No.
magically forms.
Explain how the angle matters.
Explain how the angle matters. Well, sir, the angle matters. Have you heard of bond angle, sir?
Yeah,
No.
bond angles are a
That's why I'm
representation
asking.
of
That's
how
why
the
I'm
particles.
asking you.
Yes,
That's
sir.
why I'm
Bond
asking you
angles
to
exist within the
explain
molecule.
how the angle
He did.
matters.
Bond angles is an explanation, is an answer to that question. Bond angles are how the particles will align after they've bonded. They don't need to bond in that way. They don't need to connect like from the left. They bond in that way because of the shape of the particles after they've been bonded. So all they need to bond is that the electrons need to go around and make like a different bonding pair. But that doesn't happen
But
based
sir,
off
again,
of direction.
if I smash 2 particles together, will I get the compound that I want at first?
Yes.
But how? How would I get the particle that I want at first, or the compound that I want at first?
Because if you combine hydrogen and oxygen, you will always get water, and it will always have the exact same bonding shape, no matter which
Can you not
direction.
get hydrogen peroxide from hydrogen and oxygen?
Sure.
So it's not always only water, is it?
So if it's H2O, it's always water.
Well, H2O is water, yeah, but you can also get H2O2.
Yeah, which is not H2O. So if they will always have the exact same shape because the particles fit together like Legos. And it doesn't matter which direction you add the particles. It's irrelevant. But I don't know what is your point here? Why do you think the
So
particle
my
direction
main
matter?
point is here that you believe that these, or I'm not going to use the word believe because the other guy doesn't like it,
Belief is
but
fine.
you hypothesize or have evidence for life emerging from inanimate, non-living objects through determination by physical forces,
Yes.
right?
Okay,
Yes.
so for that
The answer
argument,
is yes.
do
Just
you
stick
think?
with yes.
Do you
Just stick with
think?
yes. What's your
Okay,
follow-up?
I have one
Now-
question. Do you think a god is involved when you
Uh,
take 2 hydrogen molecules and 1 oxygen molecule? Is there a god involved to make water?
Well, sir, what God does is he sets up the dominoes and he pushes them down.
That's not my question.
Wait,
Yes,
forget,
sir,
forget,
that
Is the
is-
god
forget,
involved?
forget that
Is
question.
the god involved
Forget
in
that
the
question.
chemical reaction
Forget.
to get water?
Forget. Keep going. Keep going.
Indirectly.
So you had a question, Darth Nihilus. You were asking about
Yeah,
do I
okay.
believe that particles come together and form everything in life from abiogenesis? Is there evidence? Yes, there is. What were you going to with this question?
Okay. So now that we've established that, can you tell me how believing that God created the universe and everything within it is less plausible than believing in abiogenesis?
One makes predictions, one does not. So in the case of abiogenesis,
And-
the
and-
processes required in order to explain the origin of life have been hypothesized. We expected to see, well, if this was caused by, say, RNA on clay, then we would be able to do experiments with finding RNA on clay, and we have found those experiments. And so the ability to predict what we would find before we found it is something that only abiogenesis can do, and God has not been able to do that at all, as far as I know.
But how do you know what God is able to do or not do?
The
How do
hypothesis
you
of God.
know? Do you
Wait, I don't care.
do
So
you
the
have
hypothesis.
evidence?
I don't
Do you
care,
have
Peter. I don't
evidence
care.
that
I don't
God is
care. I don't care. I don't
involved?
care. The hypothesis that God exists, it can't predict the future. You can't predict the future with the belief God exists. I can predict the future with the belief abiogenesis is true. That's the difference.
So you can predict the future in what manner?
I can predict things about the universe that we haven't discovered yet and get it right before we've discovered
Such
it.
as, you know, we
Such
don't
as-
even know much about our own
Yes,
universe.
that's
The
fine.
light that
I don't
comes to
care.
us
I don't care.
through
So
telescopes
any
is
predictions,
millions
any
of years
predictions,
away.
any predictions work. That's all science does. That's why all of the evidence in
Can you
abiogenesis
tell
is
me-
there.
All right, can you tell me what's going to happen 50 years from now? Exactly as it is.
Wait. So I don't think you understand what future prediction means. It doesn't mean you can predict a general thing like that. You can predict specific things. Like, can you predict that RNA will form corpuscles on clay that are then used to form cell structures? That was a prediction made by abiogenesis, which we then discovered was correct. Can you make self-forming RNA molecules of up to like 50 or so chains? Yes, that was a prediction made by abiogenesis, which is found to be correct. So we make predictions about the field, not just random predictions about 50 years, which have nothing to do with the topic.
Okay.
If abiogenesis
Doesn't
is
mean-
true, we will predict that certain factors that we would expect to be the case if abiogenesis happened will be discovered, and then we discovered them.
It doesn't mean that scientists can
Oh.
predict lottery tickets.
Okay. So when you say predicting the future, do you mean that with regard to these RNA molecules and so on, you know everything that's going to happen to them
No.
in, say, the next, million years?
No, all I need to do is predict one thing. So if I can predict one thing that will happen to them, and you can predict 0 things, that means mine has 1 evidence, yours has 0 evidence. Now we can predict tens of thousands of things that will happen to them with accuracy and be right like 90% of the time. You can predict 0 things. And so the fact that evolution and abiogenesis can predict tens of thousands of things that will happen to these molecules that we didn't know yet, and you have predicted 0 things that will happen to these molecules, means there's evidence for abiogenesis, but no evidence for God.
Well, there's no necessary. God doesn't need evidence necessarily.
What?
Belief in God is based on faith.
Okay. But
Why,
So,
why is that?
Why would you use
Why
faith?
do you think that is a good
Abiogenesis.
thing?
Yeah, why would you use faith?
Why
Faith.
would you use faith?
Well, see, is God coming to me and showing me himself? Is he standing in
Okay,
front of me?
but can you name one thing that I couldn't believe based on faith?
or to rephrase that, how does
Like,
faith?
elaborate.
Hold on, let him
I
answer.
do-
Hold
I
on,
do-
let
I
him
want-
answer.
I want to rephrase
Let him-
that a little bit. I
No,
want to phrase
let
that a
him
little bit.
answer.
One sec.
All
So,
right, so elaborate by
does
what you mean. by
how
that.
does faith differentiate your imagination from reality?
I
How
want
does
to know.
faith?
Now, get to my question. Is there one thing you could not believe based on faith?
Elaborate by what you mean by that.
That's why I literally
Okay,
just said.
so
the
you
question-
believe in a God, right?
Yes,
Okay, can you tell us which God you believe in?
Allah.
Okay, great. So you can believe in Allah based on faith. Could a Christian believe in the Christian God based on faith?
Yeah, they could.
Okay, so how do you figure out which of you is right?
Because I have faith in my God, right? So by default, I
but
believe
ho-
that my
but
God is the
so
correct
does the
one.
Christian. So does
Yeah.
the Christian. My
And-
question
and
is,
that's not
how
relevant
can
to
you,
me.
but can both gods exist?
Both gods cannot exist.
Exactly. So
But by
how
default,
do
I believe I am right. So if
I-
I believe I am
I get
right,
that.
there is
I
no
get that.
scope
I
for that
accept
other
that.
God to exist.
I get that and I accept that. My question is, how can you and a Christian who both believe that their God is the right God, how can you
Well-
figure out who's right and who's wrong if all you have is believing on faith?
Yeah, well, in fact, Christians and Muslims do agree on the idea of the God of Abraham, same as Jews. Hence
So
why
this-
they're called Abrahamic religion.
Mubarak want to chip in?
No. So
Except-
wait. So a better way
except-
to ask the question is, how do you use faith?
No. Let Mubarak
don't-
chip in because
Accept
he made a claim.
reality.
He made a claim about Islam. We've got
Don't-
Mubarak now.
It's a
Mubarak
different
chip
topic,
in.
different irrelevant topic. How does faith differentiate imagination from reality? How can you say, because you believe in by faith, that it can be true versus somebody else who believes something else by faith? Why are they less likely to be true?
Well, see,
Why
my
did you
faith
and why
in
did you
my
first
God,
say that the God of Islam and the God of
Oh
Christianity
man, let him
are
answer
different.
one
Wait,
question,
sir.
man.
One question at a time. Thank you.
Yeah,
My
let him answer
faith-
one at a time. Peter.
You backtracked on an answer. You said the God of Christianity and the God of Islam are different gods. They cannot both exist at the same time. And then
No, sir.
just
You asked
seconds,
me-
and then
you
just
asked me, can
seconds
two
later,
gods-
then just
Sir.
seconds later, you said they are the same God, so both
No,
are
sir.
right.
You asked
So which
me,
of the
you
two is
asked
it?
me, sir, can two gods exist? I said no. But I also
No.
added on that fact that we, in some aspects, Christians and Muslims, agree on the idea of God, i.e., the fact that we both believe in the God of Abraham, but Christians believe in the Trinity, which we do not believe in.
So it's not the same God.
It is the same God.
It's not
in
the
terms
same
of the
God.
idea,
You can't
but
have a
different
God that is a
understandings
Trinity.
of God.
Hold on. You cannot have a God that is a Trinity and have a God that is not a Trinity and both be the same God. That is impossible.
Sir, I did not say that they're the same God. I said that they're the same idea of a God, i.e., the God of
Yes.
Abraham.
So how do you figure out who of the two is correct? The Christian
mean which
saying that there's a
understanding is correct?
Trinitarian God, or the Muslim who says there's only Allah? How do you
Okay.
figure out, based on faith and only using faith, which of the two is correct?
What my faith in Allah says is that He is one alone.
I know
with
what
no
your
partners.
faith says.
Right.
What I'm asking you to do is give me a mechanism how faith can be used to determine what is correct.
Oh my God! Like we just spent
If
5 minutes.
both you and the Christian
sir.
can use the same thing, then how can you differentiate which of the two is correct?
Oh my God!
How can you differentiate which of the two is inconsistent with the other two views? Now, see,
They
if you
are
want me to
inconsistent
go to
with the
details
other
of this,
views.
I can. All right. So you look at Islam and Judaism and their understanding of God, right? And you see both Islam and Judaism have strict monotheism. Then you move on to Christianity and you see the Trinity. Now, where did the Trinity come from? You can look at the origins of it.
How's
and you
this
can
relevant
see
to how
that
is
it
this
was heavily
relevant to
influenced
faith?
by Roman pagan religions.
Darth, how is this relevant to faith?
Yes, sir. I'm telling you how I distinguish between what is inconsistent with regard to this.
Yes, but
God.
you have already agreed that a Christian can believe in the Christian God based on faith. So using
Yeah,
the
they can.
exact same
Did I
mechanism.
say
That,
that their faith?
hold on. You both use the exact same mechanism to believe in a God. You cannot both believe in a God that is real. So how do you determine if the only thing you're using is faith? How can you know that you're believing in the right God? How can you believe? How do you know that the Christian isn't right? Believing in the
Well, sir,
Trinity
as
God
I told
based
you,
on faith.
as I told you before, my faith says that the Christian's understanding of God is not true.
Not what
So
your
my
faith
faith
says. That is what your
nullifies
holy.
Christian's
No.
faith
Hold on.
in his God.
That is what your holy book says. It has nothing to do with your faith in believing in God. Your holy book dictates several things about your God. The actual belief that you have, merely based on faith, has nothing to do with your holy book or what it says.
So you're saying that the idea of faith, the categories of faith, has nothing to do with the holy book
If
at all.
I could piggyback
What I'm
off
trying to convey is that faith is not a reliable pathway to truth.
Yeah,
And
that
you seem to
Yes,
think
sir.
it is.
Because as we've established before, your your method of discovering truth is based on evidence, right? Pure empirical evidence.
Yeah.
So, with regard to abiogenesis, you have evidence for the geothermal conditions of Earth millions and millions of years ago.
billions.
You also have, you can look at the proto-organic molecules and so on that existed at that specific time, and you can make assumptions based on that on what happened. Abiogenesis is still a hypothesis. It's not even risen
It is.
to the level
It
of a
is,
theory.
but we do have strong evidence for several of those hypotheses, and we have been able to recreate the environment of an early Earth 4 billion years ago. And it turns out that there are several ways to get to life, and we have observed this in the lab to be happening spontaneously. But this has nothing to do with my
Spontaneous-
question about faith.
Well, if I could
Because
just
this is not
piggyback
faith.
off what both
So
of you say,
spontaneous,
hold on one second, Darth.
spontaneous
Before you go forward,
abiogenesis.
there are good reasons for why we think abiogenesis happened, why carbon is such a volatile chemical, as T-Jump was saying before. We have liquid water. We are in the circumstellar habitable zone. There are numerous reasons for why it actually makes sense that life chemically arose here. But when we're looking at faith, we don't have any idea how to use it as a proper tool. We can't tell your faith from someone else's faith, and we cannot determine your views from fantasy. We want to try and tie it to reality. And so when you say faith, what type of tool is that? How can we...
And it's
Use
worse,
it.
Amy,
Well, sir,
because
say-
his faith can lead him to believing two mutual exclusive propositions. And so unless he can provide a mechanism to figure out how to determine which of those two contradicting propositions is the correct one, then faith is an unreliable way to figure out whether or not
That
you
is
should
the
believe in your
question,
God.
Darth. We don't view faith as
Yes,
a
sir.
reliable methodology
So-
to truth.
Yeah, so if you do not view it as a reliable methodology to truth, there's no point talking about my faith, is there?
Sure,
Well,
because
there
faith-
is actually. There
Well, there is the
actually,
question as to
because
why you choose to
the
utilize
reason
it.
we
No,
can
that's
well,
true too.
the reason we can talk about it is because you use it on a daily basis to believe in something, and that wouldn't be a big problem if the thing that you believed in didn't dictate your entire life, because it has a book attached to it that has laws and rules in it.
Well, sir,
If
Can I ask you something?
if your faith leads you to a wrong position, then you will be following the wrong book,
Yeah.
aka the
All right.
wrong rules and laws, right?
Can I ask
So
you a
it is
question?
important to talk about.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you follow laws?
Yes.
Are laws dictated to you? I.e., if you follow them, right, you do not get
In my-
punished, and if you break
in-
them, you go
in-
to jail.
Yes. In my country, the laws that we have in my country are made by humans. Humans
Okay.
that
And-
we as hold on, humans that we as a collective, as a community, elect to make those laws. So basically, we make our own laws,
Okay.
and they change.
And
And they
now-
change over time when new evidence comes in, and it turns out that we've got a law that actually isn't a good law. So that is
Yeah,
when
sure,
the law is taken
Yeah,
off the books.
yeah. And do you have to obey these laws until the end of your life?
It depends on whether or not I want to go to jail. This is something
Yeah,
that we
because
as a
you, as you
community.
said, you'll
This
be
is
punished
this is
if
something.
you break these laws.
No, hold on. This is something that we as a community decided on. And I live in the Netherlands, which is kind of weird when you look at it from our point of view to different countries. We have a completely different judicial system than a lot of other countries, which means that the way we deal with crime seems to be working better than it does in other countries, because crime rates are going down, and we can no longer fill the amount of prisons that we have, so we rent them out to Norway and Belgium.
If
All right.
if I could just say,
That's me.
first of all, I wish our prison systems were like that. I agree with Peter, but there's two different types of laws that we're talking here: legal laws and physical laws. You said that we shouldn't be talking about your faith; we should just be talking about faith. I agree with that, because I don't think anyone's faith is a good methodology to truth. And so my question to you is, are God's laws more like our human legal laws, or more like the natural physical laws?
So you do realize that most laws that you have today are in some way, shape, or form influenced by religious laws.
I disagree with that. We have a secular law system
Less
here.
and less.
Well,
We're trying to get
less and
rid of.
less. You look
We're
at
trying to
countries
get
like
rid of.
America.
We're trying to get rid of those actually.
Yeah, you are trying to get rid of those.
Darth,
but
Darth,
that still
Darth,
doesn't change the fact that
just
nonetheless,
because we have a legal, just because many countries have a legal system that is pretty okay. So legal systems evolve over time, and so even Mosaic law was influenced by I guess like moral frame or like law frameworks or rule frameworks that came before it. So they evolve over time as our understanding of reality, as our understanding of social, paradigms evolves over time. So, but all of these are predicated upon everything. Our legal systems, the rules we set down for society are all predicated upon us understanding very early on what it takes to have a functioning society. So, like for example, when we realize very early on that working together, working cooperatively, not stealing from each other, not murdering each other indiscriminately, that these things work towards our advantage, and that we should engage in them if we want to have a successful and surviving society. That this is the best option.
In the same way.
There's nothing. But Darth, there's nothing about them that entails that they were handed down from a god or anything. People can use that, try and attribute that to give them more. Darth, people in the past have used that argument that these laws are handed down by a god or something of that nature to give them more power or validity in some way, but it doesn't entail that they are or that they were.
This is not even about whether these laws were handed down by a god or not.
Well,
This is simply about the origin of these laws, and
which is irrelevant. The origin of them is irrelevant.
We've moved on.
He asked me, is God's law similar to human law?
So we've progressed beyond these religious laws. In fact, many of these laws that were based on older religions, which seem to be very often including attempts to start with a basic legal system, and failed miserably, by the way. We've been removing these things that have somehow carried into current legal systems. Like just about 10 years ago, I was part of a petition here I was not one of the organizers, but I promoted it to remove blasphemous libel from the Canadian Criminal Code, and we succeeded. And there's more and more instances of this happening all over the world. Like the religious laws are sorely outdated. They're very punishment focused, which we know much better now that rehabilitation is a lot more effective than punishment, and the whole world is gradually moving in this direction and moving away from the black and white hateful legal systems that are introduced by religions.
So real quick, that blasphemous libel law, was that against you can't blaspheme God or you can't blaspheme people?
Oh no, that was blasphemous libel. It was definitely anything making a statement about religion or its deities in writing, and so that's been removed.
So,
and who would be the victim in that crime report?
So I am so happy with that, and we need to get more of that removed in the United States. But I also want to know, Darth, after that, I do want to know, I just want to ask, did you say that you met God?
I did not say that I met God. I don't know.
Okay. That just see someone in...
You said you saw God earlier in this conversation.
No, I did not say that, sir.
Okay.
I don't know where you get that from.
Well,
that's cool.
I kind of want, because since we've covered a lot of topics here, but kind of centering back to the original thing when you're talking about faith, that God doesn't work by evidence, that it requires faith, and that faith is how you make these determinations, right? Peter brought up a very important distinction is how can we determine things that are real utilizing only faith? And faith doesn't work. It's not reliable as a pathway to truth. So the question then becomes, why would you utilize faith, recognizing that it is not a reliable pathway to determining the truth about reality?
So I want to ask you a question with regard to that.
Okay.
If God, or something that looked like God, something that appeared like God, came today, right? Showed himself to you, said, "I am this, I am God," right?
Okay.
Would you believe in him?
No, not immediately. Of course not. Because how would I be able?
Exactly.
Well, hang on. Hang on a sec. So because I wouldn't believe it straight up, but the reason for that, which is important, is because how can I make the determination between this being the actual God of the Bible or the God of Abraham or whatever, and just a sufficiently powerful entity that can appear that way? I can't.
Yeah,
I
Or
can't
has it-
determine
or
that.
has
I
the
can't determine.
technology, sir.
Hang on, Peter. I cannot
Or has
determine
the
with any degree of
technology to do so?
certainty. I cannot determine with any degree of certainty that this thing is not lying to me. So no, I would not believe it, and I would be rational in
sir.
not believing
Exactly. Thank you.
it. Okay.
And do you know what the Quran says about this? Right? It says exactly the same thing. That even if God were to show Himself to them, they would still not believe. Do you see
I
the
have-
importance of faith now?
That's not true.
No,
You're supposed to
no,
find
well-
the Quran.
Now, I have a
Yeah,
solution to that. I have a solution to that.
Randolph, just a moment. Okay, Darth, did Muhammad believe when the angel came to him and revealed himself to him?
When Jibreel came to the Prophet, at first he was scared, right? Then the Jibreel told him to read, and then he read.
Okay, when did Muhammad believe in Jibreel?
When he appeared to him.
No, he didn't.
But sir,
No,
before I point
he
out
went
something
he
else,
went he ran home and hid in his wife's bed. And the Quran tells about the Mudaththir. There's a whole surah about it. Begins with it. Says, get off your bed. Go and preach. And his
Yes,
wife
it does.
wait a minute. His wife, Khadija, brought her cousin, a priest, a Nestorian priest, and told him, confirmed to him with evidence, according to that it is Jibreel. You have to believe in him. So for Muhammad, even the existence of an angel, a godlike entity appearing in front of him, was not enough to believe. So that's the evidence of the best man of mankind did not believe just by sight. Even with the recitation of the Iqra, when he told him recite, he didn't believe. So here's a point. You shouldn't expect other people, as a Muslim, you shouldn't expect other people just to believe if God just revealed to them. You need other evidence. And Muhammad did not just accept it until he got other people to confirm what he
Can
saw.
I ask you, sir?
Yes.
Can I ask something? Well,
Yeah.
what was the Prophet? Did the Prophet have to have faith first in order to believe in Allah and Jibreel?
What? Did he need
Did he
to
have to have
faith?
Iman? Did he have to have Iman?
Yes.
Okay, so he had to have faith in order to believe in him. So do you see the importance of faith?
Well, that's the thing is, you could believe in anything. You could have faith in everything. That doesn't add value to the thing you believed in. You know, it's
If
not
you have faith in two contradictory things, right? That faith is obviously can be demonstrated to be false.
But what you just told
But
us
you have people with cognitive dissonance who believe in two different things.
Well, then we know that their faith is inconsistent, right? But if you have faith in one thing, right, there's a difference.
I'll hand it right back over to you, Mubarak. But Darth, when you say he had to have faith and then he found evidence, to us that means he had to become gullible and then he was open to believing in God, because that is what we view faith as.
Yeah,
Faith
let's say
is,
it's weird. Why would I
belief.
hold the unjustified? Yeah, why would I hold the unjustified belief and then get the evidence? Because how would I be able to determine that I'm not interpreting the evidence wrong through my prior held belief? So it's like you're saying that he had to believe in it first with no evidence before he could get the evidence that it exists, which makes no sense because there are many things like Mubarak said, there are many things that I could believe in with no evidence, and then I could wind up being wrong because I made the wrong assumption. Because I'm going to hold to this belief first, and then I'm going to interpret the evidence as though this were true. So that's a bad way to go about it, about determining things. So why would that be necessary?
Okay, so with this evidence that was presented to the Prophet, right, i.e., Khadija's cousin, right, the priest, confirming that what Prophet Muhammad had seen was Jibreel, would this evidence be sufficient evidence according to you? According to you.
Okay, so if I see something, let's say I see a woman robed in a blue cloth, and comes to me and tells me that she is the Virgin Mary, okay? And I go to a Catholic priest, he will tell me that it is a vision of the Mother Mary, okay? But I could go to someone else, to, let's say, a Buddhist, or not Buddhist. Let's go with a Shia, okay? A Muslim Shia. He will say, no, this is not the Mother Mary. That's Fatima Zahra came to you and told you. So it depends on who do you get the when you use stuff like this. It depends on who do you get the confirmation from. If it wasn't from for the priest telling Muhammad that it was the angel Jibril, he wouldn't known who was that entity in front of him. If he went to one of the Arabic kahans, maybe he would told him, "Oh, just a demon came to play with you," and they will never know. They're different because they're.
Do you see the importance of faith?
No, we see how faith doesn't work.
Yeah,
All
it
right,
depends on
but
which
again,
faith.
I told you that without faith, can you believe in God?
So you telling me that without accepting the belief in God, you cannot believe in God? That's the thing. Is like
I know you're an ex-Muslim. Have you heard of Iman? Iman.
Yeah. Yes.
And what is Iman, sir? What is Iman?
There's 6 parts of Iman. Okay.
Yes, 6 parts.
Believe in God, believe in His messengers, His books, His angels, and al-qada, which is basically qada and qadr, and the final day.
Okay.
So there's
now, if you believe in all of these, right, and if you, let's say somebody does not believe in, let's say, one of these or 2 of these, can they be a Muslim?
Darth Nihilus?
Yes, sir.
Can I present you video evidence of you stating that God has come to you himself? I'd like to know what you meant by that.
No, sir. I did not. You can provide the video evidence, and then I'll say.
He then hang out and listen to it real quick.
And by the way, to answer your question, Darth, yes, I could be convinced that a God exists if sufficient evidence is supplied of its existence.
Is there evidence for God?
Well, you're claiming that you're claiming that there is. So.
No, sir, I do not
presented
that there's
anything
any
yet.
empirical evidence for God, sir.
Well, there's no
I said
evidence
that
for God.
Belief in God is based on faith.
If there's no evidence for this God's existence, then there is no reason it should be believed.
I said that there's no empirical evidence for God's existence.
Well, yeah,
the only evidence you presented is just faith.
You can say, oh yes, this universe was created by God, but that's not sufficient evidence for you, right?
Yeah, it's just an assertion that has nothing to back it. That's a claim. That's a claim that there's nothing to back it up.
Made and prophecies made by the prophet, right, that actually did come true. This would not be sufficient evidence.
No. It's because we can go to each one of those and we can break them down. I'm sure Mubarak is very familiar with this. Is that we can go to each one of those and we can literally take them point by point by point, and we can demonstrate how they are incorrect or they are so vague that they could not be considered a prophecy at all. So,
right.
and this has been done. This has been done by scholars better than me, but done by many individuals who have broken them down point by point why these don't hold up.
Right. So one of the predictions, quite detailed, not vague, one of the predictions that the prophet prophesied was that towards the end of days, the barefooted Bedouins would be building large towers. Has this come true or not come true?
Okay, so you said towards the end of days, who will build large towers?
The Bedouins. It's a sign of the Day of Judgment.
Okay, so is there a specific time?
There's no specific time, no.
Okay, have humans been building towers since time immemorial, since we could learn how to construct things?
Barefooted Bedouins did not used to build towers.
Okay, so who are the Bedouins?
The Bedouins, they're travelers, sir. They're nomads. They move around from place to place.
Who are they today, though?
Who are they today? Well, if you go to places like the Gulf, right, you'll see a lot of them are Bedouins.
Okay.
Right? And they have built towers. You can see places like Saudi Arabia building super high towers.
All right, but everywhere built, all humans build towers and have since time immemorial.
Sir, but do you realize the difference between the barefooted Bedouin and the settled Greek?
That's what I'm asking you. Is like what? Just because a group of human beings builds towers does not indicate anything, and plus there's no time frame. It's not saying specifically when this will happen. If I want to make a prediction, I will predict that a particular event will occur at a particular time, and this is what the circumstances around it. So the more accurate the prediction, the better. But if you're just saying that the end of times will be heralded by this thing that humans already do,
But sir,
well,
again,
that's
I just
not
want to
a
demonstrate to
prediction.
you-
That's not even a prediction. That's
again,
just a
sir,
claim.
Can you explain to me what is the difference between the barefooted Bedouin and the Greek?
It's
who,
irrelevant.
even in
No,
those
it's
ancient
irrelevant.
times,
It's
were settled?
irrelevant. It's irrelevant
sir,
because
it's very relevant.
no, it's irrelevant
Very relevant,
because
sir.
the prediction is about a group of people doing something that all humans do. Okay,
But
so
again,
it
sir,
doesn't matter.
I'm gonna
So
have to
yeah,
ask
so
you to
basically,
explain it again. Explain the difference between the Greek of those times and the barefooted Bedouin.
it's irrelevant.
No, sir,
Human-
it's not irrelevant. It's very relevant.
Darth, it's not a prediction because there is no
Huh?
time frame given. There is no end of days specified as to what exactly that is, when it will occur, and it says that this will be a herald of that. What does that even mean? Like, it doesn't indicate how much time will take place between the Bedouins building towers and the end of days. This is a completely and totally vague assertion about the future that could be applied to any scenario.
Okay.
Anybody,
So
and not to
if we look
mention,
at if we look at the-
our species
Oh,
has interbred so much. How could you say who is a Bedouin and not legitimately?
So, sir, the barefooted Bedouins, they roughly inhabited the area that is the Arabian Peninsula today, right? The Bedouins. Now, the definition of predict is something say or estimate that a specified thing will happen in the future or will be a consequence of something. Where does it state to me that the prediction has to have a time frame attached to it?
Because that's what makes it a
Okay.
prediction.
Yes.
Can you provide
But
proof to me that that's what makes it a prediction?
so
Yes.
that's the thing. Do you know what the words mean in the hadith, in the prediction?
The words mean, yes, because they've been
Yes.
translated, sir.
Okay, so the tatawul in binyan, which is mean that they compete in structure and building. Is that a thing that happened before in Arabia or not?
Is this referring to the Bedouin, sir?
Yes, I'm referring to the Bedouin people who
Yes,
were living.
So
Okay.
since you know Arabic, and I assume you're Arab, tell me,
Yes.
sir, did the Bedouins compete in building tall structures?
Yes.
Where?
You just have to go see which the cities, the ancient cities in Yemen, and to go see the ancient city in Petra.
Sir, that's not Bedouins.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not
Um,
Bedouins.
Yes,
They
they
are
are.
different people.
No, they're
different people, sir.
not. They're
So
the
do you know
same
what the
people.
Bedouin is? Do you know what the Bedouin is,
Yes.
sir?
Yes.
What is a Bedouin?
I am one. I am one.
What is a Bedouin? Since you are one yourself, what is a Bedouin, sir?
Okay. The Bedouin are a sect or a group of Arabs who are chose to the nomadic life. So the
Yeah.
people
So
who
thank
build
you.
Petra, just a minute, the people who built the Petra were nomadic. They were Bedouin and they settled down to build. Just like how you claim right now that the people in modern day Saudi Arabia and Dubai and all those Gulf country, they were Bedouin and settled down. They're not Bedouin anymore. Do you see that?
Yeah, sure, sir. But were they
So-
formerly Bedouin? Yes or no?
Yes, both
And
sides.
is
both
this
both
prophecy
groups.
referring to the future or the past?
No, Mubarak has
No,
a
no.
point. If the Bedouin don't exist today as they existed in the past, then who is the prophecy talking about?
It's talking about the Bedouin, sir.
No, but
and
if the
what they are
Bedouin,
now.
but when the prophecy was written, the Bedouin were
So,
a specific group of people, right?
So, I'll tell you something.
Darth. When the prophecy, when this was written, were the Bedouin a specific group of people that it was being referred to?
The Bedouins were referring to people, Arabs, as
Okay.
Mubarak said.
Yeah. So,
right, who adopted nomadic
but if
lifestyle.
those people don't exist today as they existed then who is the prophecy talking about?
It's talking about these same people, sir. I'll give you another example. Right? So in the Quran and as well as the Hadith, right? So there's various prophecies that refer to the Romans. Now, what did the scholars say about this? Because in 2023, for example, Romans do not exist anymore, right? So the scholars, right, they say this is referring to the people of the West, what is casually known as the Western world.
That's kind of
Yeah, that's
So, sir,
just
this is another example.
That's
Of,
after the fact. It's not at the time, because at the time of Muhammad they believed that the Roman will be there at the end of time. That's why they called them the
sir,
Roman.
but he did not. He was referring to the Romans. Now, if you look at most Western countries, within Europe at least, were most European countries at one point not under Roman occupation, whether that be the Eastern Roman Empire or the
Yes.
Roman Republic or the Roman
Yes.
Empire.
Yes.
Yes. So, did interbreeding happen between the groups? The Romans, i.e. the Italians who came from the Italian peninsula, settled inside these places, did they interbreed with the local population?
Yes.
And in that case, would they therefore, at least genetically, be descended from the Romans? In
The
some
one
regard.
the one who are descendants of the Romans, they could claim to be a Roman, but that doesn't mean they are Roman.
No, but again, sir, I told you what the scholars' view is on this.
I know. So do you mean that the Nordic countries like Denmark and Norway and Sweden are part of this Roman idea that you're talking about?
According to the scholars, what this Romans is referring to is generally the Western world.
So, but they Rome have never conquered them. They never interbreeded with them. They never, like, beside basic trade with them, they had never had any interaction with them. So how could
You're
call
saying
the
that Rome
Nordic?
didn't have interactions with the Nordic peoples, despite there being the Varangian god in the Eastern Roman Empire that actually did consist of Vikings and people who came from Norway and Sweden.
Okay, I said the people who's still there. I'm not talking about the people who migrated into France or even to
No, sir.
Spain.
These people that were in the Varangian god came from places like Norway and Sweden, made their way into the Byzantine Empire and worked as a bodyguard for the emperor.
Yeah, they moved there. They moved from the Nordic country to there, but Rome never came to the Nordic country and conquered them.
Yeah,
So you cannot say
wasn't there?
you cannot say that all the when the Quran say the Roman or the Hadith say the Roman, it just focus on the West, because it's
No,
not
sir.
just the West.
I'll tell you the two different contexts, right? So when the Quran was referring to the Romans, it was referring to past events or present events within the time of the Sahaba and so on, right? So for example, Surah Al-Rum, right? It was in the context of the Byzantines and the Sassanids fighting, and the Muslims wanted the Christian Romans to win because the Sassanids at that time they were Zoroastrians, and the pagan Arabs were supporting them. Now, this was in the context of that time specifically. Now, when we look at the Hadith and the prophecies that the Prophet is making towards the future, right? The scholars have interpreted this to mean generally that the West. This is referring to the West. The same way that this Bedouin that we're talking about is referring to the Arabs that live in the peninsula now.
So but here's the thing. The Roman and Quran, just according to you, are different than the Roman and the Hadith.
The Romans, as I said, sir, this is referring to a specific context. Right?
Yeah, I know. I understand it's specific context, but they're talking about two different groups by now, because you're talking about people who live right now today, and you call them Roman, even though they're not, and the Quran talks about people who lived 1,500 years ago.
People who
a group
lived
of people.
1,300 years ago. Yeah. So the Hadith,
So
right?
the problem is, that's the problem is that there is different group of people. They are different. The Bedouin, just like how the Bedouin and the Hadith, the Bedouin are nomadic of nature. So
okay,
if
you're talking for both of them, right? The scholars, the people of knowledge, sir, that have studied this topic extensively, they interpret this to mean.
Yeah, that's interpretation beyond the fact. Muhammad did not say it.
Yes, sir, but this is a consensus. Do you know a scholarly consensus, right?
But
Scholars
hey,
agree upon certain
I
things.
could say that he just mentioned the Roman. That's all he mentioned, because that's exactly the word is Rome. So he just mentioned the Romans. He doesn't talk about anyone else. So it's all depend on what you add to the text. So the scholar got to the problem when Rome was defeated, that those hadith talks about still a future with Rome, but Rome is not there anymore. Or what we do. So you have to explain to them. They have to explain to the masses that, oh no, it just doesn't mean just the Roman. It's all the Western.
Mubarak,
Yeah, as I said
if I
again,
may
this is referring to the
clarify.
West.
So
And
essentially,
additionally,
hang on a sec, Darth, just to clarify. So Mubarak, is this really more of an instance of contemporary scholars reinterpreting the prior prophecies to include or to adapting them to what we know today?
Yes, it's just like how like all those prediction of end time coming through, like especially in the 1800s.
Right.
When the date doesn't happen, they will change it to something else. So because Rome fell and it doesn't exist anymore, a lot of the scholar interpretation, because when you look at it, most of those interpretation is after the fall of Rome, or after the very much the decline of Rome influence in the region. And it comes to the conclusion that, oh, we don't have the Rome to fight anymore, so we will just make it the West.
Gotcha. Okay.
yes, sir. But as we've established prior in this conversation, right, aside from Norway and Sweden, on top of this, do you know the conclusion above which this was reached upon? The fact that Rome, at one point, ruled most of Europe. Additionally, and this is the conclusion that was reached upon, and the fact that the vicinity of the area that the Romans occupied was what we would now consider the West.
So do you consider Iran Arabs?
Iranians would not be Arabs.
But they were ruled by the Arabs.
They were ruled by the Arabs.
So
Yeah, sure.
but
Interbreeding did happen between them. The same as
So-
interbreeding happened between the Romans and the populations that they conquered.
So why do you consider the West Roman but not Iran Arabs?
Some countries within the West are descended from the Romans, sir.
Okay, some people who live in Iran are descended from Arabs.
Yeah, sure. I don't disagree. There's a
So-
lot of Arabs in Iran. There's a lot of people who have Arab DNA within Iran. And I
Okay.
can trace their lineage back to the Arabs. I definitely
Yes,
agree.
but you want to lump every Western country into Rome because the
Can I ask
Hadith
you
said so, but you don't
Can I
want
ask
to
you a
put the
question?
Iran under Arabs basically
Can I
the
ask you a
same
question,
way.
sir?
Yeah.
Did the countries that exist now exist in the 7th century?
No.
So when the Prophet was making the prediction, do you expect him to say Germany, France, Spain, all
No,
this?
no. If he wanted to say the Western world, he could have said people from the West. He doesn't need, because we know he could said that. He could have said
That
people will
certainly
come from the West.
that
Well,
certainly
those
would have
people-
been that
well,
certain
those
Darth
people
that
knew
Darth
as the
that
West,
certainly
right?
would have been a more accurate prediction, wouldn't it have been?
That's what I'm
If he,
thinking.
people knew as the
if he had
West, right, was
predicted
the Roman
if
Empire.
if the prediction had been made, not about what currently existed, because if the prediction is in the future, then it assumes that the Roman Empire is going to be there and that Romans will always be a force that is understood to exist. But Rome no longer exists as known when the prophecy was made. So if the prophecy was really a prophecy, it would have been like a country will come out of the West and its name will be America, and America will, when this occurs, blah 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 blah. But that didn't happen. Because obviously you're correct. They didn't know that these countries existed. It's not talking about Germany or France or England or the United Kingdom or America or anything like that. So that's the point, is that the prediction that they made was about what currently existed and assumed that in the future that it would continue to exist in order for the prophecy to be fulfilled. But it didn't. So
Wait, so-
now,
does the
so
Hadith
now
mention-
scholars have reinterpreted those prophecies because they don't hold up anymore by their
Right, so
own
I'll
verbiage.
ask
So
you a
now they're
question.
reinterpreting them to include what we know today, which invalidates it as a prophecy.
Where is
can I
this
ask you a
mention of
question?
Rome? Because he said that the Bedouins who are barefooted will build towers. That was the prophecy, right? It had nothing to do with Rome.
Yeah, that was me bringing up another example of the
So-
prophet prophesizing groups of people that do not necessarily strictly happen today,
Yeah,
but
that's
are
fine, that's
referring to these people.
That sounds fine. So if I predict there's going to be a woman president, does that mean I am the son of God?
If there's a woman president, you predict it, and you know it's coming within the next few years. What was your prediction based on?
Wait,
Is
what
it
do you mean
purely guess?
next few years? This is like
So,
been like 500, 600 years
woman,
since
a
Muhammad.
woman president. What is your prediction based on?
Well,
Sir?
so if I just said there will be a woman president and I don't give a time, I just say there will be a woman president and that is the sign of the end times. And in 1,000 years it happens. Does that mean that I am the son of God?
But nobody says that the prophet is the son of God.
No, that's
So
not
what's
the
your
point.
relevant point
Not the point. So if I say there will be a woman president and that is the sign of the end times, does that, and I say I know this because I am the son of God, does that mean I am the son of God?
So you're saying that there would be a woman president based on your observations.
Because I have a direct line to God. God told me so. He says there's going to be a woman president. And I just say that, and I don't give a time limit. So it could be any time in the next infinity, there could be a woman president. Is that a good prediction, or is that just me saying a general fact that's most likely going to happen at some point eventually? And so it's not a good
That's
prediction.
you saying a general fact that's most likely going to happen.
Yes.
Do you want me
So
to compare that and this prophecy?
No, replace Tom with Muhammad.
Wait. So if Muhammad says that some group of people will start to build buildings, that's what happens in every society. Over time, they start from hunter-gatherer hut building societies, and then they start to build buildings. Every society at Muhammad's time who had built buildings started as Bedouins, or people who like Bedouins barefoot and didn't have huts and had huts or whatever. So him predicting that the Bedouins would start to build buildings is no different from me predicting there's going to be a woman president. It's a
It's
general
not only
fact.
buildings; it would be competing, building tall structures with each other.
Yes,
And on
all
top of this-
societies do that. All societies already did that at Muhammad's
On
time.
top of this, sir, the Arabs, right? They did not have much exposure to the quote-unquote civilized world.
Yes,
They
That's a
lived in
lie.
Yes,
a
they did.
corner
No,
of
that-
their areas.
Neither did the
right?
Germans. They were barbarians.
Wait.
No,
So
no,
Muhammad,
that-
Yeah,
there are-
but the Germans did have.
Wait. Stop for 1 second.
Now,
So
see,
the Islamic world was at one point the most advanced society in the world and had trade with all other societies.
yes, it was. But was this the case when the Prophet was there?
Yes.
It had been the case.
It
So
before.
you're saying-
was similar. I will tell you, it was so
Alright.
similar. A lot of the Nestorian Christian that fled the Roman went to Arabia, and there was multiple societies and communities of Jewish people and Zoroastrian who lived in Arabia.
I'll tell you something, sir.
Let me finish.
At the time,
And they interacted with people. Even at the time of Muhammad, when he comes up and tells stories about the previous generations, Arabs already heard those stories, and there were people. They will come up and say, "Okay, he tells you about Qawm Salih, the people of Salih. I will tell you about the emperors of Persia, and tell you their story and miracles." So those stories were not unknown. And the Arabs at that time were mainly, most of those cities were mainly trading ports or trading hubs. So they had interaction. And we know that Muhammad had interaction with a lot of community because he himself said that he went to Syria. He went to the civilized world.
He did go to Sham. He even had interactions with the Romans. We know the Muslims fought the Romans.
So you cannot say those people who you claim to be isolated that did not have interaction or knowledge of big buildings.
They did not have interaction, sir.
Well, let me give you an example of a different prediction. So let's say that there was a religion who had a holy book that predicted that the world is 4.3 billion years old, like the Earth. That's about right. So that's a pretty specific prediction, right? That would be pretty good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would say that there would be an element of truth in this, right?
Yeah. So the Bhagavad Gita or the Vedas does predict that. That's a much better prediction than predicting that Bedouins will build structures, right? Because you can already know people build structures because you have any experienced people. you know they build structures. But you can't know the age of the Earth. That's a lot more impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, sure, it is impressive.
Hey, T-Jump, someone in our audience
The thing
named,
is that,
named Little with an exclamation
you know,
point has asked that you wanted me to let you know to tell you that you need to make multiple predictions and they need to be accurate in order to be a prophesizer.
Well, no, it can be one. Like one prediction is still an accurate prediction. It's still evidence. Like the more you make, the better evidence. But one is still good.
all right. So I'm limited on time
Yes.
now, but I'm gonna explain this point one more time, and then also gonna bring up, if you mind, gonna bring up another prophecy.
Before you go to another prophecy, you focus
I'm
on
gonna
one.
explain this point, and then I'm gonna bring up another one, sir. If you
Just,
mind.
just I want to say something. I want to state something before you go to another prophecy.
No, I'm gonna
you
explain
focus,
this one first.
you can
That's
explain.
it.
I'm talking
Basically,
about the same one. So the prophecy you focused on is that they gonna extend in building. They're gonna build a lot. But there's two
They're
more
gonna build
prophecies
all
in the
towers
same
immediately.
in the same hadith. In the same hadith, there's two more prophecies talking about the goat herder gonna be the head of people, which means like the leaders of people, and that the slave woman will give birth to her mistress, her lord.
Yeah. Shall I tell you what this is referring to?
Yes, if you want,
Okay.
let me know
So
what you
the
think.
the slave woman will give birth to her mistress. Do you know what this is referring to? It's referring to the disobedience of the children and how this will increase, right? Because why?
Why?
Right?
What?
The mother
Let
will
him
be a
finish, let him
slave
finish.
to her child, will be abused by her child, and will be disobeyed by her child.
How do you get that?
This is
I
from the
really don't
scholarly
know.
interpretation, sir.
No, I'm curious as to the leap of logic. How do you derive children from the use of wife and mistress?
So this is referring to a mother will give birth to, or a slave woman will give birth to her mistress, sir.
Yeah, how
This
did
is
you
not
get to the
talking about
discipline
my
part?
wife.
How did you get to
Whatever.
them not being disciplined or whatever? Where did that
Yeah.
come from?
This is disobeying. This is disobeying the parents.
Where does that come from? Like in the passage that a slave will give birth to her mistress.
This is the scholarly interpretation that is referring to that, sir. That is
Where-
referring to
Well, how do you
the
get that
child.
interpretation?
Okay, so what is a slave woman and what is a mistress?
A slave woman is a person who is owned by the owner of the house. The mistress is the one who the owner of the house usually sleeps with. Something along those lines.
The mistress. Yeah. So
yeah,
now-
a person they sleep with that is not their wife.
yeah. So mistress can also refer to the lady that oversees the slaves.
Yes.
Now see,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
what does the mistress do? Does the mistress have power over the slave woman, and does she at times abuse her?
Sure.
So when this is referring to the slave woman giving birth to her mistress, this is referring to the disobedient child abusing her mother, disobeying her mother, being rude to her mother as well, and viewing her mother as less than her.
How do you get that from the word birth? How does birth and
So,
obedience
well,
come
what
into
does
the
what
word?
does a woman birth? What does a woman birth?
Children?
Yeah, and what else can it be referring to when it says birth?
I have no
A
idea.
woman birth.
So why not just say that the slave woman will be disrespected or whatever, or by their child? Why did you just use the word child? Why use the word mistress?
That's a question that you're gonna have to ask the prophet, not me.
But you
it's
know
not-
that this one.
And he's dead, so I don't know what we're gonna get there.
Here's the problem. Here's the
Can I
problem.
chime in? Can I chime in on this? Because
Just one minute, Peter. Peter, just 1 minute. See, you used one interpretation of that hadith to mean that the disobedient of children.
This is the consensus.
there-
It's not
No,
only
no,
one.
that's why I have a different one.
It's not. There's another interpretation of that. The same prediction you said that there will be so many enslaved women that they will be the main bearing of children to a lot of the people. And that's exactly what Bin Baz said in just answering the question about that prediction. So you have
Mubarak,
the
can I put in a different interpretation? Because there's a really, really easy one.
Okay, what's
Because
your interpretation?
mistress, it could also be the wife of the slave owner. She would be the mistress of the slaves. So let's say that one of the slaves gives birth to a child, and then the slave owner marries that child. She would become the mistress of the slave. That would not mean that she would disobey her mother. That would not mean that she would abuse her mother. That is you reading into the story.
And that's the
The whole thing
scholars
does
making
not
logical
follow.
deductions from what this is
No,
referring to.
I'm giving you the logical deductions, because if the daughter of the slave would marry the slave owner, probably the mother would get some special treatment and would be treated a lot better than any of the other slaves. So it wouldn't be disobeying. It could even mean the exact opposite. That is you reading into the Quran or the Hadith
It's not me, sir.
that
It's
it
the
doesn't.
scholars. I get this view from the scholars. I don't make
Okay, then it's the scholars. Then it's the scholars. They're reading into it and giving it more meaning than what the text actually says. And if you go and look, if there are different interpretations, this interpretation would still work with the text and has nothing to do with disobedience of the children.
All right. So that's your view that you've proposed.
No, it's not my view. What I'm saying is, this is a completely valid interpretation, merely based on the text, that does not lead you to children disobeying their parents.
Well, sir,
So
as I said, I went through the logic.
Hold on. If that possibility is there, then you cannot claim that this particular part reads to be leading to the disobeying of the children to their parents, because the text doesn't say that. The text even is open enough to give you the exact opposite of that.
All right. So, I'll give you the consensus of scholars. This is for Mubarak, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, what it says here is giving the explanation that I said is basically saying children will disobey their parents, where children will treat their parents the way a master treats their slaves, with insults, abuse, and disrespect. And then he agreed with the opinion of the majority of scholars, which was cited by Imam al-Nawawi. For although slavery exists, women slaves who gave birth to their master's children has been happening since the time of the Prophet. And this is Fath al-Bari 1/122 to 123. So we're citing here that this is a consensus of scholars.
And that's the consensus of
held among them.
Wait. The consensus in which year?
The consensus. This is a scholarly consensus. You do realize that scholarly consensus.
But you're talking about the
several time
You're talking about the Nawawi who lived in like 1100.
Yes, sir. And how do you think scholarly consensus work?
Well, scholarly consensus could change based on different evidence, and that's the thing. That if you have new evidence, will change the consensus.
Yes, sir. But where is this evidence derived from? The Quran and Hadith, right? So scholars, they go through the Quran and Hadith, and they come to a consensus. Now, if new evidence comes to light that certain evidences are weak, then the consensus shifts. You're right. Yeah, in that case, yeah.
It's not my opinion to say that it's just that there will be many slaves. This is the opinion of Ibn Baz, who was the Mufti of Saudi Arabia, and he was almost like, they will call him the Imam because he was such a scholar to that point. So
yes, sir, but
it's not the consensus when you have
scholars, sir.
It's not the consensus when you have someone so immensely regardless in scholarship say different. Disregard your interpretation.
Consensus of scholars has to be had in order for the ruling to be made.
If I can jump in here, because we've been going around this in circles, and I know that you could bring up prophecies all day long, and we can keep knocking them down and pointing out why they're too vague or why whatever. The same thing would apply to the Bible. The same thing would apply to any holy text that makes prophecies regarding the future and how these things don't work. Obviously, the stage in and of itself is about, you know, why you believe in a God, you know, you believe in a God, what God do you believe in, why do you believe in this particular thing? And just going to the book, here's the problem. Is that, you know, you've already conceded that it requires faith, that there is no evidence for God, that it requires faith first, then you can like understand or believe that God. So you first have to believe with no evidence, and then somehow you'll be validated in that. So that doesn't make any sense. Then you go to citing the Bible or citing the Quran or the Hadith, and then, but that's problematic in itself because that assumes that God exists in order for any of that to actually hold water. So that's problematic. The whole point being is like it comes down to your faith position. You hold the faith position that the God that Allah exists, okay? But we've pointed out that there's problems in that. You know, faith is malleable. Faith is, you know, based on your feelings and your intuitions, not on actual evidence. Faith can be manipulated by other people without you knowing it. Faith can be misplaced. So faith is not a reliable tool. You still haven't justified why we should ever use faith to make any determinations about reality. That's the important question here. Not going to try to nitpick the Quran, not nitpicking why the other holy texts are wrong, there's no methodology that you can assert without begging the question to determine which one is correct and which one is not. Okay? So it comes down to it. Why would you ever use faith? Given the inherent problems, why would you ever use faith to determine the truth about anything?
Well, again, faith directs what your belief is.
No, but why would you ever use it? I don't use faith at all. I have no faith.
At all.
I use no faith. I predicate my beliefs. My beliefs are predicated upon evidence and me being convinced by that evidence. Faith is not going to. I don't accept things based upon pure assumption or based upon how I feel. Because when I do that, that can set me up for failure and can set me up to being taken advantage of by con men, grifters, and snake oil salesmen. So the point is to eschew faith so that you can't be taken advantage of.
Have you heard of intuition? Do you use intuition, sir?
I have utilized intuition, but not to come to conclusions on things because my intuitions can be wrong.
Okay, now let me provide you with a hypothetical situation in which your personal feelings will matter. Now, see, you have a big man. You're walking down the street at night time. You have a big man wearing a hood, right?
Okay.
Holding his hands in his pocket, and he's walking towards you. Now you, following your intuition, you have the option to cross the road before you and that man interact and collide with each other. You don't know. You don't have evidence for what's going to happen. You don't have evidence that he's either going to stab you or he's just a normal guy and he's going to walk past.
Okay.
Now, using your intuition, will you cross the road? Yes or no?
No.
So
and I wouldn't use my intuition. I would logically conclude there's no reason to think that this person means me any harm until they demonstrate they mean me harm.
Okay, so you're saying that despite the fact that would you feel threatened by a huge man wearing his hood at nighttime, holding his hands in his pocket?
Would I feel threatened? No.
You wouldn't feel threatened?
No, I would not.
So either you have no fear or you are simply lying.
No, of course, human beings have fears. That particular hypothetical scenario you're trying to fit me into would not apply because everybody's position is different. If someone had been harmed in the past by a huge person wearing a hood at night, then yeah, they might be inclined. But that's because they have evidence that large people in hoods walking at night have a propensity to do you harm. Okay, I myself am not in that category because a large person in a hood has never harmed me while walking at night. And two, I'm pretty well trained and I know how to handle myself. So until they present a threat, I'm not going to assume that they mean me harm. So that would be irrational. So okay. No, I don't fall. So while I may have inclination or may have intuitions or feelings about a thing, I can recognize them and I can ignore them and not draw conclusions based off of them.
Okay, you walk forward and the guy stabs you and he kills you. Would your intuition have saved you, sir?
Possibly, if I'd even had the intuition.
Again, if you had the intuition, as you said, because you'd ignore it, if you had the intuition, right, that told you to cross the road and avoid this guy, but yet you ignored it, went forward and was stabbed by this guy, would your intuition have saved you?
Sure, yes.
Possibly. Sure, yes. If my intuition would have saved me.
Okay, so here we have an example of personal feelings being beneficial.
Yes, it can be.
But
Thank
not.
you, sir.
They can be, but they're not. Did he just leave?
Might have lost connection.
Well, did you want to finish what you're saying? We could try to bring up Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, T-Jumps always going with that. Sure, they can be, but they're not always. Is the whole point. And because he has no means or methodology to determine that his intuitions are correct, then especially given the whole, and it's not even really analogous, because a person walking on the street that could potentially do me harm is a different situation than there's this entity that created everything, and than the God claim. So it's two completely different things in that respect. But nonetheless, I think we got to the point. Yes, it's not good to go solely off your intuitions. And
Well, yeah, so the argument is that
Okay.
intuition can be reliable in cases that have an empirical basis, like I saw a dog. They're not reliable in cases that don't have an empirical basis, like miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. So that would be the response to what he said.
yes, because there's an empirical basis, because it's a large, scary guy walking at night with a hood over his head. There's an empirical. He's there. The man exists. The God itself does not. So.
Well, we have a live wire on with us now, a Daily Wire guy. Ben Shapiro, welcome, and thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today, sir?
Big fan of your wife.
Hello, thank you for having me. You're really on the Ben Shapiro show.
Okay. So,
Okay.
did you want to...
Joking aside now.
Did you want to convince us that a goddess or a god exists, or did you have something else you wanted to raise with us?
Well, I have multiple things. First, I do want to address the faith accusation. I think faith, it doesn't call for you to have faith in something. It just means a belief in it. Like you trust in the information being given to you, regardless of the evidence given. So faith, it doesn't matter how much evidence there is for it. If you have a belief in it, that's faith.
No, it's not.
Like I have faith that that electric theory is real and true, and Ohm's law is undisputedly true. I have faith in that.
No, we have evidence for those.
Yeah, no, but I still have faith in that.
Well, no, you don't have faith because you understand why they work, and in application, we can see that they work, and we can make predictions utilizing them. So faith is not required. So because we have evidence to back it up, so that becomes that's knowledge. You know it.
Well, but faith is just a belief in it. It doesn't matter how much evidence you have for it, because there's going to be different levels of evidence for every sort of information that you have. So there's no real way to quantify how much evidence you need for it to be faith.
Well, sure there is. Like T-Jump likes to say, novel testable predictions are a really good part of that. But you also want to make sure that you're not conflating faith with trust or confidence, which are both empirically based. Is that we have the evidence. That's
what faith is. The definition of faith, it doesn't matter how much evidence there is.
It's belief without evidence.
Well, yeah, so that would be just pure blind faith. I mean, like that's just pure blind faith. But faith does not require no evidence or a ton of evidence. It doesn't require any of those things. Faith is just the belief and trust in it. Now, there's different levels of faith we can describe.
But blind faith seems like a marketing term. It seems that all
Wait,
faith is bad, and you would need a methodology.
Well,
for
well,
why
I
faith
gotta
is good.
Why don't? If you want to define faith that way, that's fine. What's your evidence?
Wait, okay. We'll skip past the faith thing. So, question. Do you know? Have you looked into Genesis 22?
Yes, I've read the whole Bible. What is your argument?
Why would
Genesis 22.
Why would we even appeal to the Bible?
Because for you to have any, like, I come from the presupposition that God of this world exists, and for me to really have any solid evidence or beliefs about that particular God, I would have to appeal to what the Word of God says. I can't just make things up willy-nilly because God exists.
That's true, but the existence of the Bible does not logically entail that the God exists. Just like you don't believe that the existence of the Vedas.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Let him finish. So you brought up Genesis 22. Why? What is your point?
Okay, so Genesis 22, it marks out, this is where Abraham is sent to sacrifice his son. So when in Genesis 22:2, it talks about, well, I want you to sacrifice your son in Moriah, in one of the mountains. I will lead you up to sacrifice your son there. And later on in that chapter, of course, you see he stops him. He says, "Hey,
what is the purpose
you know,
of you bringing this passage to us? Like, I know what it says. What is the purpose of you telling us?
yeah, because prophecy was there was actually a prophetic word being given here. It says, on this very mountain, you know, I will fulfill the promise of giving you your offspring. The offspring will bring peace to, or it will bless all nations." That's what the offspring will do. So when people talk about like the offspring, it's referring to the promise of Abraham. So like we see it in Genesis, I think 12:3. We see it in
purpose. You're saying there's some prophecy, and prophecy is evidence of God or something. Is that the goal?
Yeah, when you look at the promise given to Abraham, it talks about the offspring many times. The offspring is, well, if you look at the Jewish interpretation, they think it's themselves, which I don't think any Jew in existence would go, "Oh yeah, we're meant to bless all nations." No, they're for themselves.
Abraham,
Orthodox Jews, they're not very appealing to like.
Did not exist.
Wait, what?
That's the historical consensus.
And not only did Abraham did not exist, that story is immoral, and I don't see where it would be a prophecy. But just like T-Jump, that's actually a more fundamental problem, is the fact that he did not exist, so he can't actually make prophecy.
Wait, Abraham in Genesis 22?
Abraham didn't exist.
Did not exist.
The first.
You're saying Abraham did not exist at all. Like that wasn't Abraham sacrificing Isaac.
Fake.
Correct.
So the first person.
Where do you come to that belief?
The consensus of historians. The first person in the Bible to exist was the King David. King David was the first person in the Bible to actually exist. Everything prior to that is matriarchs and patriarchs who are historical figures in order to convey a story, but didn't actually exist. They're mythical.
Well, the Word of God existed before King David, correct?
The book did.
Well, how can you even call it the Word of God? It's just,
well, okay. The Torah exists. It predated King David, correct? Okay, so obviously, when these things are written down beforehand, yeah, he would be in existence before David.
No,
and, I mean, like their whole. I mean, like when we talk about history, I mean, what level of evidence? Yeah, I mean, what do you accept from history? I mean, like,
I accept the
you know, if you're not willing to accept the accounts in the old
historical consensus.
Yeah, historical consensus. So if the historical consensus was 9/11 didn't happen, would you believe 9/11 never happened?
Good reason to think that. Would be great.
You would believe 9/11 did not happen
if they had good historical consensus. If there was good
you literally just asked if the historical consensus, which is predicated upon the evidence and the studying of that and what we can know about that, if the historical consensus concluded that 9/11 did not happen, then there would be no real justification for believing that it did. But we do know it did, and that's why the historical consensus is that 9/11 happened.
We've seen it. We've seen it. But he just said if a historian came by and all the historians of the world just magically, you know, came by and just said, yeah, it never happened. It was all fake. It was all like, you know, they edited footage. You know, the government had this footage, the technology to edit this footage beforehand. If historians started coming out like this in mass, he said he would believe it.
If the experts in the field can assess the evidence and realize the evidence shows a different conclusion than my intuition, yes, that would be a reason to believe the experts and not me. In the case of history, the experts know all of those people are mythical figures for lots of reasons, including the fact that they're based on other characters and other stories, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it doesn't have any correspondence to reality. There is no historical basis for any of those people, like Moses definitely didn't exist. Abraham and Isaac didn't exist. Cain and Abel didn't exist. These are stories made up by goat herders thousands of years ago, because we can look at the semantics and the historical facts to show that they didn't exist. That's the reason the historians say these are fictitious characters.
Well, hypothetically, yeah, I'll say hypothetically for the sake of the argument, I'm willing to accept, this didn't exist. Okay, whatever. These words were written, created before the coming of Jesus.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So regardless of this, if you believe or don't believe that Abraham existed, whatever. Regardless, the words there are still there, have been unchanging. We have scripture. We have fortunately we have scripture that predates the coming of Jesus. That confirms it.
Jesus?
We have many holy.
Later on, it was written down.
Ben, we have many holy texts that predate Jesus. There's holy texts out there that predate Jesus by thousands of years. So
And one of its weaknesses is it's
So-
unchanging. It can't actually evolve with new information.
Well, okay, I'm saying before Jesus even came, Genesis 22 existed.
Yes.
Like, the Torah
And-
existed. The
Okay.
Jews recognized the Torah. Now, later on, it talks about, okay, well, God made the promise that's listed out multiple times in the Old Testament. God said that he was going to confirm his promise on this very mountain. And what do we see later on where Jesus dies? Well, he died on Mount I hate this word. Golgotha. We see Jesus being sacrificed, and he can't choose which mountain he sacrificed on. The Jews didn't choose which mountain he was sacrificed on. It's being led by the Roman centurions just outside
Where
of Jerusalem.
is the geological
Yeah.
location given in the Old Testament for the mountain that Abraham was sacrificed on? Is there like a...
Yeah, it was not specific. So, if anything, Jesus' sacrifice would have pointed toward that. But it did say within the vicinity of Mount Moriah. Actually, it just says Moriah. It didn't say the mountain of Moriah, but it says that God would lead Abraham up on one of these hills. And what happens with Jesus? Well, Jesus is sacrificed on the hill at the base of what's currently known as Mount Moriah.
Yes. So,
and then he stayed
wait,
dead.
So the Old Testament doesn't say which mountain it was on. It just says in the general vicinity of the Middle East. And congratulations, literally everything in the Bible happened there. So
it didn't say general vicinity of the Middle East. It said you'll go to Moriah.
Does it give an exact
I will direct
location,
you to a hill.
Or does it say a general location that could be applied to literally any mountain in the Middle East?
Well, Jesus, at the same time, Jesus didn't have to be sacrificed on a mountain anywhere close to Moriah.
Yes, and it could have been any mountain.
Yeah, it could have been any mountain. But the guy claiming to be the God of the Old Testament supposedly gets sacrificed on a mountain within I wouldn't even bring it close to general vicinity, within the vicinity that's described in the Old Testament. Not led by the Jews, but led by the Romans, that he was sacrificed on that hill.
Saying the Messiah will be sacrificed on a hill somewhere in the Middle East is not a prediction.
Oh, it talks about the offspring, but they don't know who the offspring is. To the Jews, they think the offsprings themselves. Makes no sense, because what do you hear Orthodox Jews going around? We're going to bless the world. No, they don't say that. They say they're for Israel.
Let me give you an example
me
of a
for
good
me.
prediction. Like if the Bible said the world is 4.3 billion years old, would that be a good prediction?
If the world was that would have to. That's okay. So
yes or
you'd
no
be coming from the presupposition that. Would that be a good prediction?
So like, since we have confirmed this with science that it's about 4.5 billion, would that be a good prediction to have in the Bible?
Oh, it's confirmed within your metrics. It's confirmed within.
Hypothetically, say science is right. Would that be a good prediction?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, are you going to say Hinduism is now proven because Hinduism made this prediction? But the only reason we know that it's this old, or we think it's this old, is because of the metrics of which we input data.
The point here is to compare the quality of the prediction. One prediction gives it a very specific, precise date that could be wrong in a lot of ways. And if it was wrong in even a little bit, it'd be easy to tell it was wrong. Whereas your prediction saying the Messiah will be sacrificed on a hill is so vague, it could apply to literally anything. It's not a prediction. If you want,
well, no, it's not so vague, because this is only one. This is talking about geographical location.
All vague like this. None of them are as good as the Hindu.
Well, okay, so if you look at Zechariah 11, though, that's not very vague. It says that the shepherd would be slaughtered by his sheep and sold off for 30 silver pieces, and that's exactly what Jesus was sold off for slave wages. That's it even talks about that in Zechariah. That's not vague. Wait, hold on. That's very specific. 30 silver pieces. The shepherd would be sold, would be slain by his sheep.
Yeah, but Ben, how could you?
30 silver pieces.
But Ben, how could you? Because there's a chronology to when they were written. Then how were you able to eliminate that? The people who wrote it had prior knowledge of what would the earlier stuff and just repeated it to give it validation.
Well, the Jews didn't want Jesus to be the Messiah. Like, that's why. I mean, to the Jews, the Messiah was supposed to be this political leader, not somebody they were going to sacrifice to the Romans. Like, if anything, that's anything but what they wanted.
And it also makes no sense, like sacrificial logic, like actually killing a guy so that our sins could get off and all this stuff. There's no actual rational reason behind it.
Yeah,
Well, so if a judge were to judge you,
utilizing elements to tell a story in the later books of the Bible that occurred in prior books of the Bible in order to give them more poetic credibility, then that's a literary trope. People have been doing that for ages. Is like, this occurred here and has significance, so I'm going to write that this also occurred this way, so it has significance. We can't eliminate that possibility of
because historically speaking, the church took the money that was given to Judas, and we actually see this. It was purchased by the church, the field of blood, which Judas had killed himself on, which is kind of, a little all sickening. Yet we see all this kind of lining up historically speaking. So it's not like, somebody's just making up this weird story. No, the church bought this land that Judas received the money on. They didn't want to do anything with the money. Judas killed himself on this land. Okay, we'll purchase this land. This is the field of blood.
Okay, well, none of that does anything. Let's just say, given that, all that confirms is that if there's a person an itinerant rabbi walking around, with his crew preaching heretical Judaism, which eventually became Christianity, all this proves is that Christ was the David Koresh of Iron Age Palestine. He was a heretical cult leader. That's all he was.
Okay, so but he wasn't saying. Okay, so heretical cult leader. The issue is they take it as heresy because he claimed to be God, two, the Son of Man, and you have to understand really what the validity of this is. And it's not really grounded on anything, because their beliefs in the Islamic belief is that God couldn't incarnate within his physical creation, which is absurd because that's exactly what he did in the Old Testament. He appeared in the wind before Abraham. He appeared as the fire before Moses. He wrestled with Jacob and changed his name to Israel, which there's no mixing this up. It literally means wrestle with God. So God is able to physically manifest himself into this world according to the Old Testament scriptures.
Okay, but why should we believe why should we believe the scriptures though? Why would we give any validity to the book?
Well, why would we give any validity to the book? I depend on the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. They give it to tradition. This is what our forefathers believed. It must be true. I believe in God. Nation is blessed. The Jewish people, they have a different belief. My belief, and I think it's to each their own.
Let's pretend
everybody has a different root.
But let's pretend we're in a legal system, and instead of so you commit a crime, and instead of actually going to jail, you say, well, we're going to put my daughter in jail. And you know what? She's sweeter than me. She's nicer than me. She just does a lot less horrible things. And I feel like by putting my daughter in jail, that is a sufficient punishment for maybe the fact that I killed someone. Would that be would that make sense to you? Well, that seem fair, judgmental? Sure.
I have a question. Did this daughter willingly do this? Or
did she willingly?
Was it not for
yes, absolutely.
Was it even the daughter's hold on.
Sure.
Hold on. Was it Was it the daughter's idea to do this?
Was it the daughter's idea? No. She's 9 years old.
Okay. Well, okay, so that would be immoral. What you're doing is now you're going to punish someone else for what you've done, but not only that, but you're forcing them to take that punishment. So what Jesus says is, I lay down my life of my own will. No one else takes it from me. That's what Jesus says.
Like Jesus didn't know that it was going to happen, and that he looks at God and
Jesus
says,
actually predicted it was going to happen. If you read Mark, he says, the Jew, I will be given over to the Jews, and they will kill me, and I will resurrect. Mark it says this in Mark. I think it's 14. I think Mark 14.
Okay, so he has a conversation with his daughter, and now the daughter is willing to go. She wants to give her life up for her father, even though he murdered a bunch of people, and that she's 9 years old.
Well, here's the issue, though, is Jesus said, I give my life up. No, it's not that somebody had to convince Jesus to. Like, of course, Jesus was like, please take this cup from me, because, of course, he can suffer he suffers physical pain. And, of course, the human within us says, I don't want to suffer physical pain. And, the flesh of us says, I don't want to suffer. And Jesus, of course, was contending with that in his fleshly form. He didn't have the divine what do you call it? The attribute, not attributes, but he had flesh and blood. Like he had to suffer as we suffered. So of course, this is conflicting for himself. And so, yeah, he said, if anything else can be done, please pass this cup. But if not, your will be done.
Sure.
And
So this little girl, she wasn't able to actually see her father. All she could do was see him weeping for the fact that he would never get out. And she just threw herself at the judicial system. She said, please take me. I need this sacrifice.
Yeah. So technically speaking, we have forms of that in our current judicial system already as it is. Somebody else can come in and pay your fine if you break the law. As far as taking prison sentence, I don't know. But as far as, we see it, in your eyes, if a judge just lets you off scotch-free. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
If a judge just lets you off scotch-free, is that judgment? Or is that justice?
I would
if he just
say
lets you go?
that's mercy, with the understanding that they looked at intent and whether you're going to commit the same crime in the future.
That's injustice. That's injustice being done.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, yeah, that just goes to show that, absolute justice and absolute mercy, if you are absolutely just, you cannot be absolutely merciful. And if you're absolutely merciful, you cannot be absolutely just.
But before we go...
that's actually what we've seen, though, is that this is the actual mixture of absolute justice and mercy being done. Is that Jesus Christ, while he's the one who even he judges the world, he's also taking the punishment of the world for those who are willing to accept his sacrifice. So
I don't view it as justice or mercy. I view it as evil. I view it fundamentally
you view it as evil, that the judge would come down from his chair and take your punishment from you?
So,
or for you?
Sure. Do you think that if a judge sent your 9-year-old to prison for life, that it would be either justice or mercy?
Hold on. So, yeah, this is an issue because, well, first off, 9-year-olds. First off, they don't really consent. Second off, for a parent to willingly, just come by and he's just hey son, you're going to take my punishment. That's a little bit.
It seems like such a waste. Seems like such a waste of effort. It's like he's like, why was all of this necessitated? It's very, very weird when the God that you're describing would not need to. The God that you're describing could have accomplished this without all the violence.
Wait, what are you talking about? Like, are you saying could God have given us salvation? Like, let's just say sacrifice. Like Jesus comes earlier. Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm saying that the God, as you define it, as you believe in it, and all of its infinite power, would not need to rely on a blood magic ritual in order to forgive everyone or save everyone. Everyone could just be. Everyone could.
Hold on. So when you phrase as a blood magic ritual, first off, that's not what this is.
It is a blood magic ritual. It's a blood sacrifice.
If it's going to become this kind of conversation,
it's a blood sacrifice.
I'm not willing to participate in it. Hold on, I'm not willing to participate.
It is a blood sacrifice, is what it is, because he gave up his life and died through torturous effect, as a result of torture and death. So yes, it is a blood ritual. He sacrificed his life.
First off, it's not a ritual. Second off, it's not like some. Like you said, blood magic ritual. You said all those things,
right?
And you clearly know that that's not what this is, and you're taking it in the weirdest negative light. The Bible condemns sorcery as it is, so I don't know why you would say it's blood magic.
No, whoa.
So what I'm saying is,
no. But God can do all.
Continue,
but God
I'm not
can do
willing
all
to
the magic.
This kind of
God
rhetoric
can do all the magic that it wants.
Okay, well,
so raising
magic.
someone from the dead. Raising someone from the dead is God magic.
Hey, Ben.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess if you interpret it as magic, I guess
It is magic. It violates the laws
I
of
wanna ask a question.
reality.
How is it not that? Because to me, it seems like blood requires blood of some kind.
magic. So
Just
when it
remember,
comes
one sec,
to
one sec,
miracles and
one sec.
sorcery,
So magic, by my definition, is just any kind of new ontological substance in the universe that is beyond the physical scientific realm. And so God is using some kind of magic in that sense, and it has to do with blood because Jesus is sacrificed via a blood like thing.
yeah.
And so I don't see how it's not a magical blood sacrifice ritual. And the ritual is, of course, to accomplish some kind of.
Oh, okay. So question: was any magic involved? What magic's involved before you continue with the whole blood magic ritual
God's
thing?
power.
The resurrection.
So God uses his powers, and God's
Okay.
powers.
So that's a completely
One sec,
different thing.
one
That's
sec,
not the
one sec,
sacrifice. We're
one
talking
sec.
about the sacrifice. You're saying blood magic
So
ritual.
God has some kind of power in the universe, right? And it's not in the physical known universe, right? So
Yeah.
that would be magic is a word that can describe that perfectly well, right?
I think it's never described. It's never even described. Not even in
Well,
the Hebrew as
care about the
magic
Bible.
or
I don't care about the
sorcery.
Bible.
There's clearly defined things because the Bible did
So
address
I
sorcery,
specifically said
magic, and
my
what we can see
definition.
from
One
sorcery and
sec,
magic
one
is
sec,
they're
one
not
sec, one
able to
sec.
give
My
life.
definition of magic is any force beyond science, some new ontological force in the universe that isn't science,
Okay.
right?
That's why I asked, what is your interpretation of it? Because if that's your interpretation, then yeah, we could define other things as magic, things that are undefined by science or through the lens of science. Technically logic is magic to you
No.
under that
New ontology.
condition.
New ontology.
Logic logic is magic. It's not, you can't
Listen
scientifically
again. So
quantify it.
magic is anything that entails a new ontology beyond the commitments of science. So logic is an ontology that's already committed by science because it's the descriptive nature.
Yeah,
of things.
logic cannot be proven scientifically. It cannot be observed scientifically. No. Logic and science are two separate things.
Analytic, synthetic, a priori, posteriori, things that we know about by thinking about it, things that we know about through experience. That's all science.
These aren't
That's all
science.
So science,
These aren't
analytic
science,
truths
though.
are a part of science. They don't exist anywhere. They're just a part of our descriptive language.
They're not
They
a
are
part of the science. They're part of philosophy.
Hold
They're
up.
part of philosophy. Philosophy is not science.
Science is actually also philosophy. Yes. So all scientists agree.
Yeah.
Stop. All scientists agree. Analytic truths are fine. It's all physical reality, materialism, and analytic truths are perfectly compatible. So when I say new ontology, I mean beyond physical materialism. Logic is not beyond physical materialism. It's accepted by physical materialism. So beyond physical materialism, miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs, leprechauns, etc. That's all magic, which would include God and the supernatural. So why do you think that this is not a magic blood ritual by the definition of magic used by scientists?
Because God doesn't use, well, technically speaking, under your definition, it would be magic, but under the definitions given by the Bible, it wouldn't be, because they actually separate magic or sorcery and miracles done by God or works of God. So, because, what we can see is, no sorcerer in the Bible has ever been shown to be able to do exactly what God has been able to do, such as part waters, give life
we don't care about
to
that. We're atheists.
all the planet and individuals.
We define magic as anything beyond the spectrum of science. So you would agree, based on our definition, it is magic. It is a magic blood ritual.
Yeah, it's literally if I was to, if this was like a D&D setting, I would give it the name that this ritual is the ritual of substitutionary atonement.
Yeah.
And in order to pull off the ritual, it requires a blood sacrifice. So yes, it is literally a proxy.
I think everybody in the room.
It is literally a proxy cannibalistic blood magic ritual death cult.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. I think everybody in the room can understand what exactly you're doing. Regardless of what you may be self-perceiving of it, I think everybody in the room with a brain who uses logic and invokes logic here knows exactly what you're doing, what you're implying when you say these kinds of things. So I'm saying, if we're going to continue forward and have an honest conversation, debate, however you want to phrase this,
what are we doing?
If you're going to continue with this rhetoric, it's not going to happen.
The point isn't to demean Christianity. That's not the goal here. This is an honest.
That is the point of it. I think everybody can see that.
Honest representation from our perspective. It literally does look like.
It's not an honest representation. It's an underhanded representation intentionally.
My definition.
It is
my definition.
Underhanded representation.
Magic.
I'm just calling it as it is. Everybody sees it. Nobody's this stupid as you think that they are.
I gave you an honest definition. My definition of magic is anything that has an ontological commitment beyond the representation of
Yeah,
science.
it's your
Right,
definition, though.
and that definition is agreed upon by the vast majority of people. Most people agree that's what magic is. And so when you say it's not magic,
I define
I
women
don't care. I
as
don't care.
men with
That's fine.
masculine tones, so you're not
That's
a
fine. I
woman
don't
to
care.
me.
So based on our definition, stop.
Yeah,
stop
that's what I
interrupting,
mean. You can
stop
interpret
interrupting, or
anything
you're
with your
going to
own
get muted. Stop
definition.
interrupting, you're going to get muted. So the classical culture defines magic as any ontological force beyond the ontological commitments of science. God is such a thing. Therefore, God is a category of magic by normal, standard, everyday usage of the language. Now, you, based on the Bible, think that there's another kind of thing which is magic, which is fine. I don't really care. But our goal isn't to make fun of you. Our goal is this is how it honestly perceives to us. This is what it looks like, because magic of the biblical kind and magic of the spiritual ontological kind are equally as not supported by science, so they're both equally as ridiculous.
I think what's happening, Ben, is you think that we are comparing you to a cult. I would say that is an almost fair assessment, actually. That's what we are trying to point out.
At least your mask off.
I will say that is what we're trying to kind of push here, is that it is a leader who had a
one honest person.
It absolutely is a cult. It deals in behavioral control. It deals in information control, thought control, emotional control. It adheres to the Hassan Bite model of authoritarian control. It absolutely is a cult. And like I said, given the evidence that we have to work off of, that all we can really conclude is that Jesus was essentially the David Koresh of Iron Age Palestine. He was a heretical preacher, a heretical rabbi who basically taught heretical Judaism, which in turn became the Christianity because it was Christ. So the question being, but all of this is irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. The whole point is none of it is true, and it's just stories if the God doesn't exist. Okay, none of this, the existence of these stories does not logically entail that the God exists, exactly how you don't believe that the existence of the Vedas entails that we are all unified by Brahman. Okay, so how do you get that? How do you justify that? You keep citing the Bible. It's always been my position that if we're in a debate or a conversation about the existence of God and you immediately cite the Bible, you have to go to the Bible to cite it, you automatically lose. Because you're automatically just presupposing that it exists. You're begging the question. So, what is your evidence that this thing exists to make all of your claims true?
Give me one moment. I love you. All right. You have a good day.
And remember, everyone.
So for you to incite that, so you're inciting that Jesus was a heretical preacher, but you're involving the Torah in order to prove that. So where in the Torah does it say that what Jesus was saying was exactly heretical?
It's heretical to other religions.
That's what he was put to death. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, of course, because he said he was the he said he was the Son of Man.
He was put to death for heresy.
Yes. Yeah. On one account.
What did you say?
Are you saying what he was convicted of?
You're saying he was a heretical preacher, but what exactly did he say that was heretical?
Well, that he was a son of God. That would be heretical to Judaism. Heretical to Hinduism.
Son of God. Well, son of God is not a heretical. No, I mean David said he was a son of God.
Heretical just means it goes against the God teachings of other religions. That's all it means. So it's against.
Yeah. I mean, so we can both see. He said it in a different aspect.
Regardless, he was executed for heresy. That was his crime.
But I mean, what heretical thing?
So it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. No, it's completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the Jews considered him a heretic. He was convicted of heresy and he was executed for it. So it doesn't matter because it's just a story in a book.
But it does matter. You're saying he was a heretical teacher.
No, it is just a story in a book. Whether or not he was a heretic is irrelevant. It's just
okay, so
a story
would you retract that? He's not a heretical teacher?
It's just a story in a book if the God doesn't exist.
Can you say yes or no? Was he a heretical teacher or not?
Yes, by the understanding he taught heretical Judaism.
Justify that now. Yeah, justify that now. Or do you just have faith in that?
It's irrelevant. Stop trying to derail and provide the evidence that your
I'm not
God
derailing.
exists.
No. I'm just asking. Well, provide evidence that he was a heretical teacher.
You know the
first.
Russian guy who claims to be Jesus, is he heretical?
The Russian guy who claims I don't know any Russian guy who claims to be Jesus, but I mean,
he claims to be the second coming of Jesus. His name's Valenkin or something. Is he heretical?
Okay, yeah. I mean, I would say that's heretical because it doesn't line up.
If it doesn't line up with your religion, it's heretical.
Yes.
So
Yeah. So
Jesus
where does
doesn't
Jesus?
line up
What does
with
Jesus say that doesn't
about
line up?
3,000 different religions. So it's heretical for.
Yeah. What does Jesus say that
They're
doesn't
just
line up
saying he
though?
was
The fact
heretical
that he
to
said-
Jews at the time.
The fact that he said that he is the son of God.
Yeah. Well, Son of God is not heretical in itself, but he said it in a different sense. Like when addressed by the Sanhedrin, he said son, the begotten son of the.
Hang on a sec. So according to Judaic beliefs, the Torah rules out a Trinitarian God in Deuteronomy 6:4. Hear Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one. Judaism teaches that it is heretical for any man to claim to be God, part of God, or the literal son of God. That is heresy.
Yeah. Okay, sure. But what I mean, when we talk about that he was a heretical teacher, I mean, on what accounts? Because technically, I mean, what could be said is, well, what they're preaching is heresy if it goes against their own scriptures. Because I mean, you can agree. Like, I talked to a Muslim individual who I talked to him about Surah 3:3, and it talks about the Torah and the Gospel are actually between Muhammad's hands. Because if you read the original Arabic, and the proper translation of what came before is actually ma bayahadehi, which means between his hands. So it's an improper translation, and what they're saying is essentially against their own scriptures. So I'm saying what mainstream Islamic thought is, it's all heretical.
Well, it doesn't matter
because they're going against their own scriptures.
The question was, you wanted to know why he was heretical, and yes,
yeah, but
if he is making that claim, he is a heretic. That's it.
I'm saying who's committing the heresy? Is it the Jews?
According to the
Jesus?
Jews, it was him.
Well, according to the Jews, but what is the actual? What's when you look at all the evidence lining up between Jesus and the scriptures? Who's actually committing the heresy? I think that's the real question here.
Wait.
That makes assumptions about.
No one is committing the heresy.
Exactly, and
because there is no God, and so there's no one committing the heresy based on the evidence.
Okay. So
now there's no heresy.
It's completely.
So he's
irrelevant.
No longer a heretical
completely
teacher.
Irrelevant. He, by determination of the authorities at the time, he was a heretic. But it's completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter because number one, the character as depicted in the Bible didn't exist. Okay, all of this is just stories in and of itself, and all of it is completely. It doesn't matter if he was a heretic or not because the God itself doesn't exist until you can provide evidence that it does.
Do you retract that statement then?
No, it's still heretical.
No, I'm not going to retract the statement.
So he's still heretical. You don't even believe there's heresy.
Not heretical.
Well, I can say Muhammad's heretical
because Ben Shapiro.
No, he's not. You just said he's not heretical. Because
Hold on,
you're saying
I can help out.
No, stop getting hung up on this one thing and just deal with the question. The whole point is
I'm just not letting you skate by.
Anything. None of this means anything if you have no evidence to support the existence of the God that you believe in.
I mean,
what do you have to present?
No, nothing was heretical. I'm not proving anything to you with you admitting that.
I can help with this. Ben, just hold on for a second. Did you not just say that you read something in the Quran and you said that is heretical? Am I correct?
Yes. Yeah. They're going against their own Quran with saying the gospel and the Torah.
Right path. No. Time out. That is it. So, can you actually imagine that the Jews would say the same thing about Jesus, that he was heretical?
They would say these things because
that is the point.
They have presumptions.
That is the point. Hold on. That is the point we're trying to make. Jesus was heretical in the eyes of the Jews, which was the predominant religion.
Well, I'm not talking about the Jewish view. I'm talking about his view.
That's what we were saying. Every single one of us was saying exactly that.
And that is where your disconnect is. Hold on. That is where your disconnect is, because that is not what any of us are saying, that we're looking from the point of view of Jesus. We're looking from the point of view of the people that had the main religion at the time. According to them, Jesus was religious. That is the whole thing. This whole back and forth is so useless because this is the one thing you do not see. If you get this out of the way, that the Jews can actually state.
Yes, so
Jesus,
according to
do
you have faith that Jesus was a heretical teacher?
What I was trying to state was
that is the point they're trying to make.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that you're taking offense with what I'm saying because you are assuming that Christ was correct. and that your
Okay.
God exists.
Yes.
Okay. I'm saying that you cannot conclude that either religion was true, but that he was a heretic by the standard of the time. Okay. That's why he was executed, and that's it. I'm not saying that Christianity is false because he was a heretic. I'm saying that that's what he was at the time. Now you have to demonstrate. You're saying, well, don't call him a heretic because he wasn't. Okay, why wasn't he a heretic? He wouldn't. If your God exists and Jesus Christ literally was who you think he is, the Son of God, then you need to demonstrate that in order for Christ to not be a heretic.
Okay, so well, I'm asking you. Do you have faith in the Jewish belief that Jesus was a heretic? Before we continue.
No, I
No.
understand that that's what they believe.
Okay, you understand that, but I mean, is that your belief?
No, because I
So-
don't believe
so
that
he's
the
not a heretical
I don't
teacher.
believe
Okay,
that the
in your
biblically
eyes.
depicted Jesus existed, and I don't believe in the Abrahamic God. They're both two
Yeah.
religious factions
Okay,
who disagree
okay, cool,
with one
cool.
another. No,
in
they're both
your
two
eyes,
religious.
Jesus is not a heretic. Okay,
Ben,
we can move forward now.
so no, because Shapiro, no, because
Oh God! Don't
Fipto,
equivocate like that. That's
Yeah.
such a Weasley tactic,
yeah,
dude.
Fipto, come on. So you had Judaism, and then Christianity was a cult offshoot from Judaism. Okay, and the Jews considered it to be heretical because of what Christ was teaching. That's it. That's all I'm going. I'm not saying that Christianity is true. I'm not saying that Judaism is true. I'm just saying that historically, these are two groups that had a problem because the offshoot group, was teaching things that the core group did not agree with. Now,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. All of that is irrelevant because you still need to demonstrate that your God exists. I'm an atheist. You can change my mind with evidence. Provide the evidence that your God exists to back up all the claims that you're making about Jesus.
I'm asking about your claims, though.
I'm not making a claim. I'm looking at it from the historical perspective.
You said
that
he
was
was a
the record.
heretical teacher.
Well, what he's
Yes,
saying
he
is
taught heretical Judaism.
not only that,
So
what we're
you have
saying
faith
is
in the
Oh my
Jewish
God! If
claims.
you're too dumb
No,
to
we're
understand
saying
this,
from the
Ben,
Jews.
stop
Yeah,
being
if
so
he-
hung up on Jesus
If
being
he's going
a
to be, if he's
heretical
going to be
teacher.
intellectually,
We
if he's
don't
going to be,
believe he exists.
Well,
if
I'm
he's,
just making
if
sure that you guys
hang on. If
Provide
Fipto is going to be
some-
intellectually
provide some
dishonest,
evidence.
if Fipto
Where
is
am I
going to be
dishonest?
intellectually dishonest, there is no reason to
Quantify
continue
that.
the
Well,
conversation.
was Jesus heretical to the Jews?
Okay.
Yes or no?
To the Jews,
So
yes.
what JL
To the
said
Jews,
was correct.
he
So
was
JL
perceived as
correct.
heretical.
Jesus was heretical.
Yeah, but I'm asking about his
He's
view,
an
and he
atheist.
said
He
in
doesn't
his
believe in
view,
God. Nothing
he
is
wasn't heretical.
Nothing is heretical.
We don't have views. This is the
Okay.
point. We don't have views.
Yeah.
The
You
atheists
want
think
to
the Jews
present
and Christians
don't
are
have
both
views?
wrong at
I
the
mean, you
same
guys
time.
obviously have views.
So Ben, Fipto,
Provide
I don't
evidence
believe.
for
Yes, I
Jesus.
don't believe that Jesus is a heretic because your God does not exist. Okay, you can't be a heretic if the God doesn't exist. You can just disagree with somebody, and they could call you a heretic. I'm just going to say you're both
That's
wrong.
what I was saying, but you had a problem with it. I said, so you don't believe Jesus was a
I
heretical
have a
teacher?
problem
Okay.
with you.
You had
No,
a
hang on a
problem
sec,
with
Peter.
it.
Peter, I have a problem with you getting hung up on this one thing, as though
Well-
it was completely relevant to the entire topic, which it is not.
Yeah, it is. It is. I
No,
mean,
it isn't.
It's relevant
because
in
for
the way
Jesus
of.
for Jesus to not be a heretic, that means that your God has to exist, and Jesus had to be telling the truth
Well,
about all of these
Okay,
things.
the
So
only reason.
So
Yeah, the only.
logically, so go ahead and provide the evidence to back up your claim that Jesus was not a heretic.
Well, I'm just bringing it up. The only reason I'm steelmanning you on this is because you apparently do have some views on this, and you keep saying he's the heretical teacher, but I need you to quantify that or justify that, because
Time to kick
you
him
even
off the
said in your own
stage.
belief system you don't believe he's heretical. So why
Look,
even call him a
let's-
heretical
he thinks
teacher?
he's
About
heretical to
Jesus
a
being
false belief.
heretical.
We've already
Provide
explained this to
evidence that the guy even
already explained this
existed.
to him.
Yeah,
There's no point.
That is what.
Look, how do you not
Why do we need
understand
to
that?
stick
Look,
on?
Peter, wait. Ben, how
Go
do you
ahead.
not understand that JL thinks both the Jews and the Christians are wrong?
Oh, I know he thinks that.
Okay.
Well, then why are you questioning it?
Okay.
Because
Why
He's
do you
hung up
keep
on
No,
calling
no, no,
why
no.
do you
Why,
keep
I'm asking,
on
no,
harping about
specifically,
Jesus
I'm
being
asking,
heretical?
Peter, please. I'm asking why you're doing this
Go ahead.
Weasley tactic of trying to say,
it's not
oh,
a Weasley
JL.
tactic.
No, yeah, it is a Weasley tactic. I'm going to show why
There's
it's
no
a Weasley
Weaseling.
tactic. Yes, there is.
No,
I'm
I'm
going to show
asking
you how
him to
it
be
is.
honest.
You don't want me to show how it is because you're being Weasley. No,
I'm not
here's how
being
it's a
Weasley. I'm
tactic.
asking him
You
to be
are.
honest.
I'm showing you how.
Yeah,
Please stop
I mean, you think
interrupting
I'm
me.
being
Please
Weasley. I
stop
think you're being
interrupting me.
Weasley.
Please stop interrupting me. Anyways, You're trying to say, oh, JL doesn't think Jesus was a heretic. Yes, JL thinks Jesus was a heretic through the incorrect belief that the Jews held. He also thinks that Jesus' claims were incorrect. Both things can be true at the same time. He can believe the Jews are wrong and the Christians are wrong. He can believe Jesus was wrong under the false beliefs of the Jews. What is the problem here? Why do you keep trying to obfuscate this point?
Because I asked him to quantify within the Jewish text how exactly he was heretical, because Jesus argued from the scripture.
He did that. So why are you still
where
trying to
did he do
confuse
that? He said because the Jews said so.
Yes, that's the point. The Jews have this false belief.
Yeah, but I'm talking about doctrine here. I'm saying, where can you point to that says that
Jewish doctrine, Jesus can't be the
move on
Messiah.
now, because he's
okay. Why?
I pointed it out. I pointed it out then.
About
I
Jesus
pointed
being
it out in
heretical
Deuteronomy
because it is irrelevant to anything
I
on
pointed
this
it
page.
out. I pointed it out in Deuteronomy. Okay, I gave you literal scripture to back it up.
We need to move on.
Wait, when did you do that?
Okay.
We
What?
need to move on.
All right.
Here. Okay, we're in Deuteronomy.
He's either being a troll or he's incapable of comprehending the point.
All right.
So what he was
He
trying to
desperately
do
wants to
was
move
he
on.
wanted to prop up his Jesus guy by making you say he's not heretical in Christianity, therefore he's not heretical, which was never what the claim was. And he was just deliberately trying to make you make that statement because it tries to make him look good. And that was it. That was it. He was just never going to give up on that point.
He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy.
Thank you for coming up, Ben Shapiro. Randall, you said you had something you wanted to talk to Mubarak about?
Oh, yeah. Mubarak, because you have this background in Islam. But first, I just want to say thank you to Ben Shapiro for his precious time away from PragerU and Livewire, Daily Wire to come and join us on the Theist Helpline. That was wonderful.
And once again, I want to thank his wife.
So, Mubarak, I was talking with some people on Clubhouse just a few days ago, and there was an ex-Muslim there. He had an interesting idea, and I'm curious what your thoughts are on it. He was saying that in some of these conversations he has with Muslims, and he's seen others have with Muslims, is one of the defenses that a lot of Muslim apologists use is that we should be relying on the original Arabic texts. And his solution to that was interesting. He suggests copying and pasting that Arabic into Google Translate and going that way. And I thought, this is actually a neat way to deal with that. What are your thoughts on that? I did mention that my understanding is that there are multiple Arabic versions of the Quran as well. But I'm curious what your thoughts are on all this and using Google Translate to answer this.
Google Translate will fail to translate the Quran because the Quran is written, the Quranic Arabic, the language the Quran is written in, is older than the classical Arabic or the standard Arabic, because they used the Quran is more specific on some grammar stuff, and spelling is different, so that the Google Translate will fail. Like you're better off using multiple translation of the Quran, like actual scholarly translation of the Quran. That way you will get what the text means. But the problem is, it's true that without knowing the actual Arabic, you will not understand the nuance of the Quran, because God fails, and rather than actually making a book or a message that everyone could understand, he decided to make it in this specific dialect of Arabic that today no one speaks and no one really understands without putting time and effort to study it.
I have a question about that, Mubarak.
Yeah.
So what the Quran claims is that you need to speak Arabic in order to fully understand it. Do you think that actually means that there are concepts that you cannot translate from one language to another? Because even using different words and different terminology, couldn't you still translate those concepts into other languages?
Oh no, you will understand it if you have like an honest translation. But the problem with most of translations, they come with more baggage, because it depends on who's translating the book. So
Mhm.
any Muslim will not accept. Most Muslim, especially like online Dawa guy, will not accept English translation. You have to go and ask them, do you accept this translation before you could go in and discuss the Quran with them, because it a translation could change the meaning of one to another, and the biggest evidence of that is that the verses about the beating of the woman in the Quran, if you read it in Arabic, it doesn't have any specification except there's a couple steps before it. It's like you have to talk to them and then you have to abandon them in bed, like deny them sexual, and then you could beat
Now,
them if they don't listen. But in the
now
English
here's the thing.
translation, they will put lightly within quotes because that's their interpretation.
So basically,
But now here's
the
the thing. You've got hold on.
Okay.
You've got English speaking Dawa channels. How do they, if they're English speaking and talking to someone who can only speak English, can they interpret the Quran in the correct way?
I will ask them if they using like a standard translation of the Quran, or are they using their own translation of the Quran? If they are like personally translating the Quran.
I mean the guys who are running the Dawa channels. Apparently, they are still capable of translating it to English-speaking viewers of their channel, because otherwise, why would you even have an English channel, an English Dawa channel? And there are several.
Yeah.
So apparently they all can translate the Quran into English and convey the concept perfectly. Yet the Quran says that is impossible.
Perhaps,
Yeah,
but they're not.
that's
They're
why
not professional translators.
We move to the next speaker.
And I look at all these different translations. I see that they're different, and I come across this idea that there are different versions of the Arabic, and I think my understanding is that the Arabic language has gone through some significant changes over time as well. I remember seeing a YouTube video. They were showing different Qurans, original Arabic, not translated by anybody, kind of versions, not to another language, I mean. And somebody had showcased that there's over 33, I think, different ones. But my understanding is there's a part in history where the Islamic regimes had gone around and removed Qurans from everybody's homes and replaced them with the one they wanted to be the standard, and they burnt all the others. I don't know if you know much about this, Mubarak. I suspect you probably do.
It's just not to take a lot of time. Yeah, there was a burning of different texts that they were claimed to be Quran. But it happened so early in Islamic history that we really, the only copy that we might claim to be the collection is the one that from the Sana manuscript, and that's the only one I think I know of. I don't know, they found another one, but because they decided they're gonna standardize it, and they did.
I guess it wouldn't be very surprising if that a number of them were missed, and because people are going to store them all over the place, and some people are going to hide them because they don't want to go with the regime's changes, because there's always resistance to change too. And some of them will find their way through, and that's why we've got at least 30 of them out there now. 33 is one part claimed, and I remember them showing in the video that I saw a few years ago the Qurans side by side, the different versions of them, and showing that the Arabic text is actually different. And they had some lady there doing an explanation of what the different meanings were, and there were some significant differences between some of them.
Can we move on to the next
Yes, they are.
speaker?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mubarak. Appreciate it. Did you have anything else you wanted to add to that before we go on to our guest?
No, I really that there is that the manuscript of the Quran is and the Arabic language have evolved and changed, and basically you really don't need to know Arabic to know the Quran because you could read translation.
Translations that are professionally translated. Okay, thank you very much. NPC Lowlife, thank you for joining us. Welcome, and what have you got for us today?
Oh, well, I mean, before talking about the other thing, I think I wanted to kind of touch on what Mubarak was saying there. Even if all the discussions about whether the first edition of the Quran was burned and replaced by another edition, I think it would be very hard to actually make the claim that modern day Islamists or Muslims would know the true meaning or the true idea of what God is, simply because of the language that we speak. To my understanding, language is something like we're putting certain objects or certain manifestation of concepts under an umbrella that is called symbols, and because we live different lives and live different experiences, those objects will be different. So even if we are using the same exact words, same exact terminology, because of the time, because of the place, we could be talking about completely different things. Now, what I'm actually going to ask you guys is, to what extent do you think philosophy and ideology will take precedence over lived experience? This is something that I something that I heard from a lecture from Michael Group. But,
why must they be divided in such a manner? Do you think it's possible they could be complementary?
Lived experience and ideology? Well, I think certainly. Oftentimes, they are. People select ideologies based on their lived experiences, and some people choose to be atheist, some people choose to be Christian. But this is basically the main idea. If you go to a tailor, an analogy for the philosopher, and you tell the tailor to make you a jacket, and the philosopher gives you a jacket with only one arm, and you tell the tailor, obviously you made the coat wrong. I have two arms, you should make two armholes. But then the philosopher tells you that, no, actually, you're wrong. You should cut off one of your arms because my jacket tells you that you're wrong. So should philosophy and ideology be subordinate to something else, or do you think we need to be subordinate to ideology? That's basically
there's a difference
question.
between personal experience and science. So obviously your personal experience is pretty useless. If science tells you your personal experience is wrong, your personal experience is wrong. Philosophy is not as important. So obviously if you're trying to bridge your personal experience and science wins, because we know personal experience is wrong all the time. And so in any case where they overlap, science is the superior ideology that you should go with in pretty much every case, no matter what. Philosophy is essentially very little different between personal experience. You can take whatever philosophy you want, just like you can take whatever personal experience you want.
Well, to my understanding, science was only a method of obtaining truth. It isn't, like the Quran, or isn't like the Bible. How can you say that the science is always going to be superior when that hasn't really been the case?
Because it is the case that works better than literally any other ideology at differentiating imagination from reality.
So you're going at this from a practical level then. That I can agree with, but then to try and claim that science is making the same claim as the Quran is or the Bible is would be incorrect, even in your view.
No, it's called scientific realism. Scientific realism is the position that science describes the world as it is, which means quantum fields are fundamental, it's uncreated, there's no God, there's no intentionality that is outside of space-time. That's all science.
So that would be immune to any kind of, Cartesian, not Cartesian, but any kind of, I think I forgot the word here.
Skepticism?
Was that, yeah, Cartesian skepticism. Would that be immune to any of that?
Yeah, because evidence doesn't require certainty. So the fact that you could be wrong doesn't make it not evidence. So science has evidence even if it could be wrong, because science makes predictions about the future and gets them right. So even if science is wrong, it's still more supported than any other ideology that doesn't make predictions about the future and get them right.
Oh yeah, this is kind of very similar to what people like Matt Delonte said in a lot of debates. They say I would rather believe in what is more reasonable than what is actually the truth. Sometimes it can be okay. I think I understand.
Yeah, and I think as far as we know, there has never been a case in human history where anyone ever got anything right that wasn't supported by science. There's no one who actually knew something and then science like, oh, you're right. Like, no, didn't happen. Science is the right one.
The only thing that can counter bad science is good science.
And potatoes.
Is more science.
Both of those things.
Was that it for us, NPC?
Yeah. Thank you, guys. I think I'll go and take a nap.
Thank you.
Thank you, bud.
Appreciate your time. We'll go ahead and pull up Aaron Yes. I think is a Muslim, if I remember correctly.
Welcome back, Aaron. Yes, thank you for joining us once again. I remember last time we left off, just a fortnight ago, that you had 6 arguments in mind, and you managed to get 3 of them presented, and then we all agreed that maybe we'd cover the next 3 in a future episode. So here we are. Welcome back. And if you wanted to continue those, feel free to, or if you wanted to cover a different topic, that's okay too.
Hi, thank you for having me again. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, I have one point to add about when he said about the translation of the Quran. When we compare the English to Arabic, like for example, the word friend in English has one definition, but in Arabic you can have like 20 definitions. Like you can use Khalil or Habib or Sadiq, and so on. So I wanted to add that.
Sure, but that could be understood in English. Like we can actually add more words to friend to describe those kinds of friends, though. So we can still.
No. But
indeed, this did come up. This did come up in the Clubhouse conversation as well as a point against the credibility of the Quran. Are you sure you want to go in this direction?
No. I'm not going to that argument. I'm saying that you didn't mention that. I want to clarify. But those other definition has different context. It's
right.
Not like one definition of one of them.
Right. So you can add an extra word there. So if it's like good friend, you can say it's a good friend, or if it's just like a mundane friend, you can say mundane friend. So you can add an extra word there in English to make it mean the exact same thing as it's intended in the Quran.
No. Yes, maybe if you add 2 words, yes. So if 2 words, maybe, I don't know. But okay. So I want to ask T-Jump about previous argument I used about the abortion one. For example, yes. Last time I was here, you gave me like evidence that Caesar used to have. They have cut open the woman belly, and then take the baby and have birth. So, but the Hadith doesn't say that. It says that مخافة للولد. It means like this for fear of giving birth, like.
So, are the Hadiths in the Quran, or are they separate documents?
Separate document.
So what is the point? That to avoid having pregnancy, something?
Yes.
Right. So that's every cesarean section is literally done to avoid birth. That's kind of the point.
No, but didn't they used to have to get babies out like alive, not to kill them?
Both.
Both. Oh,
yes.
Okay. So I have okay. So I go to a new prediction. So this one is a little weird. So should I post the reference to you guys?
You can, but just
post it in chat.
Okay, 1 sec.
And tell us.
Okay. I posted the reference for you guys. So should I present the argument?
Yes, that's what you should start with.
Okay, so I will go to the last two parts because the hadith is long. So, 1 second. And the strap on his sandal speaks to him, and his thighs inform him of what occurred with his family and after him.
What's
So
the prediction there?
We know for a fact that about 2002 or 2003, Nike and Google made a shoe that can talk to you. And, yeah.
So you think that's
no, it's a yeah.
You think that's what this prophecy is predicting, that Nike will make a shoe?
It says
No.
sandal.
Yes.
Was it a sandal that Nike made?
No, the translation. In Arabic, it means like
Footwear.
his shoe.
Footwear. Yeah, but do you think that's what it's predicting? That's a literal statement that's meant to be read literally, or is that proverbial?
No, literally.
That's supposed to be literal.
Yeah. So if you read, you can see that even though he mentioned another thing, that his thigh informs him of what occurred with his family and after him. I can show you on another.
Argument a la Payless.
I'm pretty sure those are meant to be taken figuratively, not literally.
But what if it's the opposite? Because it's proven today that I can show you that the second one about I will post something. I posted something about the thigh speaks to him.
So you think Muhammad was like, you know what? The most important information for people to have right here is, or the Hadith,
No.
not Hadith. But so let's say they're like, you know what? We need to tell them about Nike in the future. That's going to be the most important thing people need to know.
No. Just 1 second. He said the hour will not come until people will have this. Like we will be able to talk with our sandals and about other things. And
Right.
The previous two parts, it talks about talking to predators.
Can I ask, does this mean that the Air Jordan movie that's about to come out is holy?
Probably.
Yes.
No, but
no, actually, it would be blasphemous because it's an artistic description of the holy event.
I'm also kind of curious because Nike was originally originally Blue Ribbon Sports, and they became Nike in 1971, and they took its name from the Greek goddess of victory.
No, it has nothing to do with Nike or Google also made shoes like that. I'm talking about him knowing this. Like if he knows the future, then it's easy for him to know this.
Sure. So the first problem is one, I'm pretty sure that text is meant to be taken figuratively. Secondly, it's a vague prediction because it doesn't give us a year or anything. So it wouldn't be a technical prediction.
Why not? You can read. Did you read the reference?
Yes. So if I say there's going to be a woman president, but I don't give a time limit, does that mean that I'm the son of God?
No, but he gave something that it's unimaginable. Like people can't at the desert can't believe that man can talk to his shoe in the future. Is this even possible to you? Like 400 years ago,
we could talk.
400 years ago, you couldn't imagine a person talking to their shoe.
I can talk.
It says the straps on his sandals speak to him.
Yes, exactly. The
straps on the sandal.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Exactly.
How is this a prediction? How is this speaker? How is this a prediction of anything?
Could I say?
Yeah, Mubarak, please weigh in here.
Yeah, I don't know why are you talking about the sandals where they talking about lions talking to human being before that.
Yes, I told them that I will go to this two parts before the last two parts, and then we'll go to the first two parts.
Okay, so you're starting from the back. Okay, I got you. So you're saying
just one.
So
second. He said the strap of his book. You can see. I posted a YouTube link. You can see that the chips for where to talk is in the strap.
Do you read Arabic? Because it's not in the English translation, and that's the problem. Is
Yes, yes, I read Arabic, of course.
And they say they say the Quran isn't nonsense. Come on now.
Hadiths, yes.
Yeah.
Hadiths.
Is this Mubarak an ex-Muslim?
Yes.
Of course. It's obvious. Go ahead.
And
It's obvious. Why'd you ask?
No, it's obvious, but
Make your argument, apostate.
It's fine. It's fine.
Sorry.
No, it's obvious
But
that
I
it's
mean,
fine.
isn't that more of like a falsification of the Hadith that you basically have a Pixar movie going on that
But
you're talking
can we let
to?
Mubarak? Why is this?
Oh,
why is
sure.
what he said
so in the Arabic translation, in the Arabic text of the Hadith, there not in the text, but a commentary on the text, that it says it's a good Hadith, but it's weird, and they don't know it.
They don't know it, but the Prophet know it.
No. The scholar says. Let me finish. The scholar said the commentary on it says that it's a good Hadith. Like they're okay with it. It's weird. It's gharib, and they don't know it except from one guy that referenced it. The story. Yes, it says there. إلا من حديث القاسم ابن الفضل. And he is the only one that.
The grade. What's the grade?
What?
What's the grade of the hadith?
Oh, I could read the grade. The grade is Sahih, but the commentary on it is a hadith Hasan Gharib.
I don't care about the commentary. We care about Sahih or Da'if.
And that's the problem here. Yes.
No.
Here's the problem. In the English translation says it's Sahih, but it's not Sahih because it is Hasan Gharib. It's a different standard of hadith. Yes.
In the book of it's Jami' Tirmidhi. It's also in Muslim.
Yes, it's in Muslim and it's in Jami' Tirmidhi, and there is hadith da'if in Muslim and in Tirmidhi and in Bukhari. Yes.
Why are you lying?
I'm not lying. There are da'if hadith in there.
No, I'm serious. Why are you lying? I gave you from an authentic source, and you are telling me that it's da'if.
I'm not lying. It's in the source you shared with us. It says it's in Arabic, and that's the problem here. You're gonna focus on the English text, but not gonna tell them what's in the Arabic text. It's in the Arabic text. It says it's a Hasanun Gharib. You know what's meaning of Hasan? Hasan, it's less than Sahih, so it's not 100% proven. And Gharib means it's weird, that they don't know where its source is.
No. The thing that you don't get, man, is this narration is in Sahih Muslim and in Tirmidhi and others. So even if the commentary is bad, what they say is bad, it has nothing to do with the narration and being on Sahih Muslim and Jami' Tirmidhi and others.
And see, here's the problem with going to the hadith, because you have two parts of the hadith. There's two parts of the hadith. You have the isnad and you have the text. You have the people who recited it, and then you have the actual text. So the actual text is okay in the hadith study, but it's weird, and they don't know where it came from except from one person who told them so. So it's all those narration goes to one person. So if
I can't believe that's it.
Okay,
guys, can you explain the hadith? This guy is just lying.
What is he lying about?
No, the hadith is in Sahih Muslim and also in Tirmidhi. So I don't know why he's making this it's a da'if hadith.
I didn't say da'if. I said it's a Hasanun Gharib. It's different.
But why you can't address the argument? Why you are trying?
No, I understand the argument. The hadith, if it exists in a book, doesn't mean it's actually Sahih. The Sahih Muslim and Sahih Bukhari and all those books, the Sahih books, all the 7 of them have different hadith, and all those 7 books have Sahih, and they have Hasan hadith, and they have da'if hadith in all the text, which means they have accurate and they have good and they have weak. That's Darus Salam grade. That's the Darus Salam grade.
Stop lying, man.
Wait.
Stop lying.
For the highest quality text, does it also contain certain passages that are lower quality within the highest quality text? Is that true?
What a question for me?
Yeah.
Can you repeat? I didn't understand.
Yeah. So in the highest quality text, are there certain passages in the highest quality text that are of lower quality?
Yes, we qualify that we put them in range, like da'if and hasan and sahih and also
Right.
other da'if.
And that's all he was saying.
Yes.
So how is that's not lying? He's telling the truth.
No, he's not. He's lying. The grade it said sahih. The grade it says sahih. He's trying to I don't know. He said because it's one narrated by only one person, then it's da'if.
I didn't say it's da'if. I didn't say you're putting words in my mouth that I did not say, and I didn't. I'm just reading. I'm reading what's in the text you sent to us. In the text you sent to us, it says it's a هذا الحديث حسن غريب. In the text you sent to us.
The Sunnah website gives authentic hadith, not just if you.
But if you look at it, why do you have a bracket? And they only say it's a Darus Salam bracket, in the same grade.
No, a lot of them have the Darus Salam.
But why?
But why?
Yeah, why? Why don't they just say Sahih? Why do they have bracket of Darus Salam?
Man, those are how to say it in English? People who are qualified to grade this as Sahih. They put Sahih. So why you are arguing that it's Da'if or Hasan? Even Hasan, it's very good.
Because it's in the text you send to us that you used as an evidence. That's your text.
You are so much. You are a liar.
Hey, open the page. Open the page you sent to us. Open the page you sent to us. Okay, and then after the text in gray it says, قال أبو عيسى وفي باب عن أبي هريرة وهذا الحدث حسن غريب لا نعرف إلا من حديث القاسم بن الفضل. So it's in the text. It's in the text you sent us. I'm not adding anything from what I said.
Guys. The website says it's Sahih and Sunnah is the authentic website. And this guy is trying to I don't know why he's doing this.
You just read a quote from the website. What's wrong with the quote?
No. But,
yeah, what can maybe it helps that if he reads the text and then translates it into English.
Well, Aaron, yes, what he's pointing out is that it says Jerusalem in parentheses, right next to Sahih. I think he's saying that the Jerusalem or whatever how you say that is whatever that is, right?
I can give you an example, guys. Do you know the Sahih Hadith about the age marriage in the Prophet age marriage?
Don't go to a different text. Go to that Mubarak just read out.
Same example.
No, go to the go to the part that Mubarak.
Peter. He's trying to explain the justification point by comparing it to a different, equally justified text. That's what he's doing. Yeah. So it's perfectly fine.
The Prophet marriage to Aisha, we have only one testimony by when he said it was 6, or I don't know, it was 6 or 9, but we have only one testimony, her, and only her. So if that's if he wants to change the Sahih to like Da'if or Hasan, or why guys didn't change that hadith? Well, because it has one testimony. Why they didn't change it?
Probably because the person giving the testimony was more reliable.
Yes, it's true. So, it's all about that. Every hadith is about that. Anyone who gives the narration, it has to be reliable. So even
can I say something? If I tell you something about my own life, Okay.
No, you are lying.
Wait a minute.
To deal with you. I'm here to present the argument for them, not for you.
You present the argument for all of us, and
Well,
that's the
technically-
problem you don't
technically,
want to
Aaron-
deal with.
Mubarak is like the best authority here because he's an ex-Muslim and he speaks Arabic and he understands these things a heck of a lot better than the majority of us do. So he would be the kind of person you're presenting for. But ultimately, it doesn't matter because
he lied.
Ultimately, no, Aaron, yes, but ultimately, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because why should any of us believe anything that the Quran says?
No, it's not the
or the Hadith.
Or the Hadith. Why should any of us believe any of this?
Well, that he gave a prediction. That was the point. Is that this is a prophecy about the future, and if he gets them right, that's a reason to believe it. That was the original argument.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Well,
Air
fantastic.
Jordans are not in the Hadith. I'm sorry.
Well, fantastic. The Vedas make a prediction about the age of the Earth, and it's pretty close to being accurate. You know, it was a little off, but it was pretty close. So therefore, Brahman exists, right?
No.
That's the same logic.
No, but last time I was here, I gave you the prediction about the Sahara becoming green again.
Right, and we already knocked all three of those down.
No, he didn't.
Yes, we did.
He said, in the time of the hour, the Sahara will become green again. It means at the.
Then Aaron. Okay, so Aaron, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question: Can a book make it? Okay, so can books or can authors make predictions in books? Just yes or no?
But they fail.
Okay, Aaron, can authors make predictions and write predictions down in books? Is that yes? Yes, they can.
Just 1 second. Yes, they can.
Okay,
but
so they can.
If it's not from God, then they will fail.
No. It's yes, they can. Authors can write down predictions in books. Great. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if the prediction comes true, is that evidence of anything of any of them? Is that evidence of them getting the information from a god?
I will give you an example.
No. Yes or no? If an author writes in a book a prediction and the prediction comes true, is it logically entailed that the information came from a god?
Well, actually, I'd say it can be. Yeah, so it can be evidence.
No, but is it necessary? Is it absolutely that's the case?
Well, there's no such thing like that. Evidence doesn't work that way. There's never a exclusive.
That's the point. Is like we can't jump the gap. We can't say that the prediction just because someone wrote something in a book and predicted something and then that came true, regardless of how vague it may be. Okay, or how we have to incorporate new stuff, like new material to try and make it fit. That doesn't matter.
I would disagree.
The existence of a prediction, the existence of a prediction in a book coming true does not entail that the author got that information from a supernatural source. Does not logically entail that this is the case.
So I disagree with JL here because I think that if there's a book that claims to make predictions that are precise about the future and it gets them right and it claims that it got this information from a god, that is evidence that it is from a god. It wouldn't be proof, like 100% we don't have anything, but it is evidence.
But it's not logically entailed, though.
But nothing.
He just said
world
yes,
being round
so
isn't
he
logically
does
entailed.
agree with the prediction about the Earth.
One sec, Peter.
Coming from
One
God.
sec, Peter. One sec. So the fact the world is round isn't logically entailed with all the scientific evidence we have. Nothing is logically entailed from the evidence. Science just doesn't work that way.
No, I'm saying that we can't.
He's
making the absolute claim. He's making the absolute claim that the God exists because the prediction came true.
He's claiming it's evidence, right? You're claiming that's evidence, correct?
Yes. Just it's a good reason to believe.
Except when it's not in the Quran. If it's in another holy book, then you completely discard it because then it's no longer evidence. That is the point that JL.
That was my original. That was my original. That was my original point out. By that logic, if another by that logic, if another holy text makes a prediction, then the God that inspired that one, that's evidence for that one existing.
I will address that. Just 1 second. We know that for a fact that 25 of the prophets are mentioned in the Quran, and Jesus and Moses are.
How's that relevant to a prediction in another holy book that according to your own standards, which you just agreed to, is evidence for God. But if it's in an other holy book, you discard it and you say it cannot be evidence for a God. So there's only one person in this whole stage. There's only one person who's lying, Aaron. Yes, and that is you.
Right.
No. That is you, because you've got a double standard for different books.
No, I don't have.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
If another
So
holy
you
book-
agree with JL. So you agree with
You've
no.
interrupted enough.
No, I'm not letting this go. Aaron, yes,
You're letting
you
this
agree
go.
with JL that the prediction about the age of the earth is evidence for the Brahman God. You agree with him? Yes or no?
Yes. Let me explain.
Finally.
We know for a fact that God sent a lot of prophets, and only 25 are mentioned by name. And we know that thousands of them were mentioned, were given, were sent down to this earth.
How many prophets did Brahman send?
No, he's arguing
no.
that the person who wrote the
Same
Vedas is a
God.
prophet of Muhammad. That's what he's arguing.
Yes, the same God.
He just ended up in the wrong book?
No, it's not ended up. If you look in the Vedas, the oldest
the prediction about Earth that JL mentioned is not in the Quran.
This exactly.
So he ended up in the wrong book.
It's ad hoc. It's literally Islam.
No.
Right? This is literally Aaron. This is literally like Muhammad or whatever. But this is literally Islam trying to reconcile that that by their own logic, if they use their logic to validate their faith, that same logic can apply to other religions. So the earlier purveyors of Islam recognized that, yes, the logic we use to validate our faith can be applied elsewhere. So therefore, if we hold it to, it must hold true for that. So the way they reconciled that was, no, they got it wrong, but they were still sent by Allah. So no, that was Islam co-opting co-opting prior systems to validate itself.
No. Do you know why God sent the Prophet Muhammad? Can you answer the question?
God didn't send him. No, God did not send the Prophet Muhammad. Muhammad was a fucking warlord who decided he wanted to wrest control of this particular area. He married a freaking 9-year-old, and anybody who disagreed with him, he had put to death.
6-year-old. He married a 6-year-old.
We don't need
6-year-old. Sorry, he banged her when she was 9. So yes, Muhammad was a warlord who married into money. Okay, and then literally put to death anybody who disagreed with him.
That's a lie. That's a big lie.
That is not a lie.
That's a big lie. We have no one that is, even when he conquered Mecca, he didn't kill anyone. Stop lying, man. Read his biography. Just let me address
Everyone who disagrees with you is automatically a liar.
Peter, just a minute. So Muhammad spends 10 years in Mecca preaching, and just about a handful of people believe in him. The moment he went to Medina and acquired an army, surprise, surprise, within 13 years, all of Arabia believes in him. He did not kill anyone except the Jews that were neighbor with him because he decided he killed them.
Well, no, I think he's arguing that Muhammad himself personally didn't chop their heads off. He just ordered it to be done.
Yes.
No, guys, stop.
That's a significant difference.
Islam spread at the tip of a sword, just like Christianity did, just like the vast majority of religions did. And guess what? The Muslims had a problem with the Hindus, and they had a problem with the Christians as well. So yes, these ideologies spread at the tip of a sword.
Aaron,
it was either convert or die. Okay, the Muslims did the same thing with the Hindus that the Christians did with the pagans.
Let's ask Aaron. Do you think that Muhammad didn't conquer and kill people in battle? Is that what you're saying?
No, when he has 10,000 people and they conquer Mecca, the people of his village, they surrendered. He didn't kill them. Today they said even there is a woman that killed his uncle, his beloved uncle. He told her, you can do whatever you want. You can be a Muslim.
I want to clarify. So do you think Muhammad in battle, in war, literally never killed a single person in all of the wars he was in, even though it says that he beheaded 1,000 people at that one
city? Not what they are arguing, but that's not their point. They said he killed people in the Quran it says that don't kill women or old people or children.
Why don't you answer? Why don't you answer T-Jump's question?
Aaron,
No, but
Aaron,
I want to
Ibn
answer
Ishaq
your
writes.
question.
Ibn Ishaq wrote that Muhammad approved the beheading of some 600 to 700 people, with some arguing that it was as high as 800 to 900 who surrendered after a siege that had lasted for weeks. So yes, he did put people to the sword.
No, that's a lie, man.
What?
Do you got? What do you got?
See the problem here, Aaron, the problem here, everyone tells you something and then you say it's a lie. But the problem, we don't say it from ourselves. It's not something that comes from ourselves. It's from the Islamic source. It's either you go read the Islamic source and study it.
That was literally the invasion of Banu Qurayza.
Is the Quran lying?
No. Can I address one point, just one point at a time?
Sure. Is the Quran?
You haven't
lying?
addressed a single point, because every single time people ask you a question, you come up with a different topic in order to avoid answering the question. You didn't answer JL. You didn't answer T-Jump. If you want to do something, answer any of those questions that you just have been asked. And start because it's probably the one you still remember. Answer the question T-Jump just asked you.
Let me answer.
Yeah, this is your problem. You're not
let him
listening.
go. Let him go. Peter. It's his turn.
Peter,
it's his turn. Go ahead.
I want to answer about the first one about God sent other revelation in
answer T-Jump's question. Restate T-Jump's question and then answer it. I bet you you cannot do it because there's only one liar, and yes, and that is you.
You said that Muhammad didn't kill people. This is very curious to us, given the fact that pretty much every historian thinks Muhammad killed people. So why do you think Muhammad didn't kill people? Do you think that the Quran and the Hadiths are lying when they said he went to battle and killed people?
In battles, he killed people. I said in battles, but not. And the other fact that I was mentioning, that when he conquered Mecca with 10,000 people, and the people, his village surrendered, some of them didn't become Muslims. He didn't kill them.
I don't care. I don't care about the people he didn't kill. I want to care about the people he did kill. So you said he killed no one.
Only in battles. Only in battles.
What about the people he beheaded after the battle?
No.
The people who surrendered.
No, he didn't kill anyone who surrendered.
Listen, they were headless when he found them. Okay?
Yes, they did. It is well known. It is well documented that after the invasion of the Banu Qurayza, that the massacre of Banu Qurayza took place.
Dale, do you have the passage? Do you have the actual Hadith passage where it says that? Could you?
Yeah, please.
Well, you already conceded he killed people, so I think we can.
No. Passage? I conceded he killed people in battles, not people who surrendered.
So what's the hadith that says I have been commanded to fight against the people until they testify there is no God but Allah, and that Muhammad is his messenger, and to establish the salah and to pay the zakah.
No.
It's a sahih hadith.
You are so full of hate, man. You are so full of hate.
He's just reading the hadith. What's wrong with the hadith?
I posted the hadith in the chat. Everyone, you could go read it. And tell me what you think.
It's different context. It's why
different
guys
context.
Yes. If it was like that, then every Muslim will kill people who doesn't believe in God. Stop making that we are killers.
Well, that's kind of a thing in lots of
did not
Muslim
say
countries.
I didn't say. I didn't say every Muslim.
I think we can conclude. I think we can conclude that both the Quran and the Hadiths are lying, according to Aaron. Yes, because every single time people bring things up that are in the Quran or in the Hadiths. Hold on, I'm not finished. Hold on, I'm not finished. You say that is a lie. If that lie comes strictly from the Quran or the Hadith, then you are the one claiming that those are lying, Aaron. Yes, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either you accept what is accept what is in the Hadith or in the Quran, or you don't. But you can't say every single time Mubarak puts something up, say that he's a liar when he's literally putting up your scripture, the things that you believe in, But
No, no, no,
now,
he sent
because
you-
you're
he sent it
confronted
to
with
you.
it, you choose to avoid it because
So,
you don't want to accept the
Peter,
claims that
Peter,
we're making.
Peter, so he sent it to you. He sent you the Hadith. What is wrong with the Hadith that he sent you? Is it that Hadith a lie?
Where is
not a real Hadith?
He didn't send me anything. He didn't send me anything. Where is?
It's in the chat.
Where? I don't see it. Can you mention my name?
I will.
Okay.
So
Could you
I
just
mean,
link it again real quick and then ping Aaron? Yes.
And Aaron, part of the
But guys, you didn't address the argument.
well, you're
The
just
only
saying
one
that
not
he killed
addressing any
people
arguments is you, Aaron. Yes.
not in battle.
Wait,
which
hang on
is
for a minute.
already changed from what we began with.
Aaron, yes, he just pinged you.
So can you
Yes,
take a
yes,
look
yes.
at that, Aaron, and let me know what is wrong with that Hadith? Is that not a real Hadith?
Okay, 1 second.
Just an observation. It's a weird phenomenon
Yes.
where killing doesn't
Yes.
mean killing in Islam, just like
No,
all
no,
doesn't
no.
mean all in Calvinism.
But,
Again, he was a hug
every
lord.
hadith has a context. So you mean that the prophet meant to kill all people?
No.
Do
Did he
you
kill
guys-
anybody? Did he kill anyone ever? Did he kill people? Did he kill human beings
Yeah.
ever?
A
Impossible.
warlord doesn't want to kill
Outside of
everyone.
battle.
He wants to kill everyone that's in his way
No,
so he can
outside-
conquer,
outside the
pillage,
battle,
and
no.
take the loot. And women,
No.
which are loot. And
Guys, I came with one argument and you posting a lot of arguments against me. I'm not for example.
Yeah.
No.
And the reason why there are so many arguments posted against you is because you keep refusing to answer direct questions, even
I
if they
answered
put them to you as a simple yes or no question, which JL had to do 6 or 7 times before you answered. Why can't you be honest, Aaron? Yes, why can't you be honest? And when you're asked a question, answer the question and don't go to, oh, but there's context here and there's context. Answer the stupid question.
Well, I mean, if you want an assessment, so where I'm going off of in the Quran is that the battle of Banu Qurayza was discussed in it was 33, 10, 27, 10 through 27. That's where Yusuf Ali did his critique of that. So that the individuals who were beheaded after the battle was over, so the siege was over, and that of the individuals who surrendered, some 600 to 700 in all. Some argue even higher accounts, like 800 to 900. But that Muhammad approved the beheading of them all, and that they were buried in a mass grave in the Medina marketplace, and that all of their women and children were sold into slavery.
No, that's a lie. I never.
That's literally 33, 10 through 27.
Can you did you post to me?
I'm giving you the quote, dude.
Yeah,
Look it up.
He wants you to post it in the chat. So
Hold
we
on.
can check it.
Hold on. You just said that was a lie, and after you said
I
that was a
never-
lie, and JL clarified it, then you said, "Can you post it because I need to read it?" You don't read anything, but because it goes against hold on, it goes against your claims every single time you come up with it is a lie. Why are you calling everything that goes against your beliefs, but we can actually demonstrate to you what we can actually demonstrate to you to be true? Why is all of that a lie? Because the only thing you're showing right now is that your holy book is lying, the Hadiths are lying, and Aaron Yes is lying. I'm so sick and tired of you constantly throwing out the word lying. Do you even know
none of
what
this
a
is an
liar
argument.
is?
None of this
A
is an
liar
argument.
has
Peter, none of this is an
no,
argument.
no,
This is
a
diatribe.
liar has intention.
Peter, this is just you
I'm not
diatribing.
letting
I
this
don't
go.
care. I don't care about your feelings.
I'm not letting this go.
Care,
I'm not
Peter.
letting this go.
Aaron,
Lying has
Peter,
an intention.
Stop. Shut up. I
And
don't care about
until
your feelings.
you can provide
Please, can you just mute
the
Peter?
intention
Peter. We
that
need to
all
move
of these
forward with the
people here
conversation.
have.
Peter is not helping us move forward with the conversation. So, Aaron, JL, did you tag him in the surah so that he can read it and tell us what he thinks? Please, I would very much.
I gave him Surah 33, 10 through 27.
Okay,
where
Aaron.
It speaks specifically about the Banu Qurayza massacre.
So, Aaron, could you please read that and tell us what you think? Do you agree that Muhammad killed people that were not in battle based on that surah?
No, it doesn't say that. 33:27.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't say that.
What does it say?
You can read it. He also, I will read it in English, so that he also caused you to take over their lands, homes, and wealth, as well as land you have not yet put on, and Allah is most capable of everything.
And the skeletons and bones that we have in the Medina Square, are those fake?
No, but the verse doesn't even mention that. Why he's lying? I don't know.
Well, no. So why do you think he didn't kill them? Why do you think? What happened to them? Did they magically disappear?
No. We know for a fact that people who doesn't fight, it's in the book, in the Quran, that says, don't kill people who doesn't fight you back.
Okay.
So what happened to Bani Qurayza?
I don't know.
What did you say?
What happened to Bani Qurayza? Because they were a tribe in Medina, and they were besieged, and they surrendered. What happened to them?
I don't know that argument.
It's not an argument. I'm just telling you I'm asking you to tell me what happened to them.
I don't know. I never read that.
You never read the hadith that says that the male were killed and women were enslaved, and the way they differentiated between children and adult is by pubic hair. It's very well known hadith.
No. I'm pretty sure that the Muslims guys has debunked that. I'm not knowledgeable enough to answer that question.
Do you know what hadith it is? Do you know what hadith it is? The number?
It's. I will pull it up right now and send it to you.
Okay. I don't know that argument. I never heard of it. But we know for a fact after I read the whole biography of the Prophet. He never killed anyone who is not.
So it must be a lie.
Okay,
if you haven't read it, it's a lie.
So these works. So everything I'm signing up is based off the works of Yusuf Ali, and Yusuf Ali was basing his work off the work of Ibn. Apologies, Mubarak, if I mispronounce this. Ibn Ishaq. Okay, if I got that wrong, I apologize if I did. But Muhammad Ibn Ishaq, Ibn Yasar, Ibn Qiyar. So from the 8th century.
I want to ask one thing. I came here with one argument, and you are posting me to everything that happened to Islam. I don't know that argument.
Well, it's because you said something really interesting. You said that Muhammad didn't kill people. Now, that to us is a very strange statement because it seems to go against all the history we know.
Only I told you that he killed
So
people.
you think he didn't kill people and behead people outside of battle? The Hadith literally says he does, and so we would like to know what your thoughts are on this because it seems very strange to us. That's what we're asking about.
But that's the problem. I'm not knowledgeable enough to answer other hadith.
That's why we want to send you the hadith and have it. If it literally says Muhammad killed the men, then would you agree that that's a problem?
Let me see. I don't know. Did he send me?
Mubarak, did you send it yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, we'll let you know when he sends it.
So I have a question. Aaron, as you said that the biography of the Prophet does not mention Muhammad ordering anyone killed outside of battle. When you say the biography, are you talking about the Sirah?
Yes.
Okay, and you say that you've read the Sirah?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess you forgot part of it because it seems like you forgot the part where two captives, Al-Nadir ibn al-Harith and Uqba ibn Abu Mu'ayyad, were executed after coming back from Medina, and the former was executed by Ali, and the latter was executed by Asim bin Thabit al-Ansari. And they were executed. There's multiple sources explaining that Muhammad ordered the execution. And in the case of Al-Nadir was a critic of Muhammad's in particular, who was a rival storyteller who called him a plagiarist, and said that the Quranic stories that he was telling were very largely derived from earlier stories from the Old Testament, from other sources, which he said Muhammad was recycling and claiming as his own.
No. That's another topic.
Well, you mentioned the source. I brought it up because you mentioned it. You said the Sirah says that they never killed anyone outside of battle. The Sirah does mention these two people being executed one of whom is specifically a critic of Muhammad as a false prophet and as a plagiarist storyteller.
I know that, but
So why didn't you mention this? Why did you tell us? It seems like you're lying, or you forgot.
He did kill people outside of battle. That's the point.
Yeah, doesn't sound like war to me.
Let me answer, guys.
It sounds like he put someone to the sword who disagreed with him.
Man, you're full of hate. Let me answer.
Go ahead.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no.
What is your answer?
No. That's
I found the hadith, and the hadith is in chat, and I pinged you for it.
We were talking about people who surrender, not people who call him, like, for example, if a person arrive, like, for example, outside of the city or something like that, and came and start causing fitna, like causing problems between the people.
Okay, so Mubarak just sent you the hadith where he killed people who surrendered.
Okay, 1 second.
And I haven't heard any rebuttal about El Nighter either. He just said it was another topic, and he just pretended like I didn't say it.
Yeah, so it's specifically Muhammad didn't kill people who surrendered. He killed some people in battle. He killed some people who disagreed with him. He may have killed some people some other cases, but not people who surrendered. That's, I think, the updated claim.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So he's basically saying that massacre didn't happen, is what he's saying.
Well, we will see.
Yeah.
1 second, I'm reading the hadith.
What number is it, Mubarak? Just for everybody in the audience, what's the hadith?
Okay, it's in Sahih Bukhari, number 3043, and sometime in book references, book 56, hadith 249. You could, I sent the link. Anyone could look at it and check it.
Thanks.
No, but I just read the hadith. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Just 1 second. This doesn't say anything about people surrendering. I believe that they fought him. These people fought him, and then when the prophet won, he gave them the judgment.
So after the battle, when they stopped fighting, he beheaded them.
Yeah. No, it's not that they stopped fighting, because he told them before the fight. He tell people before the fight that nothing will hurt you if you surrender, or like, for example.
So by this standard, the Mongols didn't kill anyone without battle because they always warned them first that they would murder the entire city if they didn't surrender?
No, but these people persecuted him for like
killing people.
You're saying they had it coming?
The evil babies.
In defense of Genghis Khan, he made it clear that he was a punishment sent from God.
That was pretty funny, yeah.
No, but guys, he fought these people. Then when they lose, they didn't surrender earlier. Then when they lose, the judgment, how to say it? The judgment, he gave them the judgment.
So there's an expiration date to when you can surrender.
No, it's not like that. The prophet doesn't kill people who doesn't fight him. It's not like it doesn't fight him. The people who surrender. What Mubarak said that these people didn't fight him back. They surrendered to him and he killed him. That's a big lie.
You will keep saying I'm lying, but everyone could see who's lying. The thing is, he fought and then they surrendered. It's the same context with Mecca, the example you used, okay? The example you used, let me talk. The example you used, he besieged the town. There is a group of people who fought against him. The majority surrendered, and he forgave them. It's okay. Yeah. But when it comes to the other town, when they fought and they surrender after they've been besieged, he killed them.
They didn't surrender. It doesn't say.
What happened? What happened?
Well, Mubarak, if I could throw this out here, literally, Aaron, yes, I'm looking at this right now. I can't show you on my computer screen. I'm literally looking at this. Tabari and Ibn Hisham mentioned 600 900 of the Banu Qurayza were beheaded. There was an artist depiction of the event that is titled The Prophet, Ali, and the Companions at the Massacre of the Prisoners of the Jewish Tribe of Beni Qurayza. Okay? So in this one, it's actually because the siege was over. They conquered the tribe, okay? And they had them prisoner. Whether they surrendered or not is irrelevant. It was not in battle. And they put them, and they had, and Muhammad ordered them all beheaded.
No,
okay.
that's a lie.
It was so important and so graphic that people felt it necessary to put it to literal image. Like, this is what it looked like.
No, the hadith say that only the warrior were dead. The children and the women should be taken as prisoners. The hadith clearly...
Slaves. Sex slaves.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It says the hadith, or the surah says that they were so that the women and children were sold into slavery, and the men were beheaded and buried in a mass grave.
Stop lying. It says prisoners. It doesn't say.
It says no. It doesn't say prisoners. Prisoner means sajin, which means prisoner. It says sabi, which means enslaved, or it's like the prophet of war is a sabi, which is when a human is getting enslaved by the process of war.
No.
Spoils.
Yes, exactly. That's what it means.
In fact, the whole section in the Quran is literally called spoils.
Exactly. It's the spoils.
Oh my.
The women and children are spoil of war.
Guys, can I even answer? The hadith says it's prisoners. Stop lying, Mubarak.
It says sabi. Tell me, what does it mean, sabi?
No, I know you are an ex-Muslim.
What does it mean? Wait. What does the word sabi mean?
Answer the question.
What does the word sabi means?
Prisoners.
That's a lie. That's a fucking lie. It means the spoils of war. You are lying, Aaron. You are now lying.
Guys, can you read the English translation of the hadith? Read it. Either I'm lying or he's lying.
Wait. I thought we needed to read the Quran in
I was about to
Islamic,
say,
but now
Tijo.
I'm like translate it to English. Gotta read the English version. The English version is the true version.
Okay, we're going to need to
understand the
I was
perfect
about to
English
say.
translation.
That was beautiful.
We're going to have
Like,
to put
wait.
this through Google Translate now.
No, guys, can you even read the English? He gave me the Sahih in the English. Can you even read it? So either he's lying or I'm lying.
You're lying.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one.
I know you are.
I think, well, Aaron, despite all of this, and we've gone round and round and round on this, and Mubarak, I think, has done a wonderful job in demonstrating how you are incorrect, and pointing these things out and giving you the sources for them. Still, none of this is evidence that a God exists.
Well, that's my fault. That's my fault because I changed the topic to this, so that was.
That's okay. I think, but if we're just going to keep going around and round, because I think T-Jump noted and Mubarak noted is that every time you get countered, you just call people a liar, and we're not lying because we have because ultimately we have. You're predicating. You're using this to justify your belief in a God. All right. We don't believe that your God exists.
No,
So you haven't demonstrated how any of this. You haven't demonstrated how any of this is actual evidence to support the existence of the God. And every time we counter you,
I think.
Let me answer.
Yeah, I think he hasn't presented evidence for a God, but he has presented evidence for a liar, and that's him. Because we've had several occasions in which he's just demonstrably wrong and calls other people
well, then I
liars.
will say he's very much in keeping with he's very much in keeping with the tradition of Muhammad to force other people to believe by any means necessary.
Okay, so I'm just going to quickly read this one passage that Aaron shared earlier. It's on sunnah.com, chapters on Al-Fitan. I hope I'm saying it right. 33, chapter 19, what has been related about predators speaking? Is that the one, Aaron, yes?
I don't know. The guy sent me the link. I don't know.
That's the link that you shared. This is from the link you shared in Discord. And so I'll just quickly read it. It says, the English one, by the one in whose hand is my soul, the hour will not be established until predators speak to people, and until the tip of a man's whip and the straps of his sandal speak to him, and his thigh informs him of what occurred with his family after him. So I don't know if that's what you're referring to. If it's not, then we can just disregard it.
No, that's the one. Just 1 second before I move to that one. Guys, it's not fair to attack me on different points that I didn't come prepared for them. So you made it like you can go and ask famous YouTube Muslim YouTubers.
But it's fair for you to call people liars who present to you the actual text that you haven't read. And then you say, well, this one is full of hate. This one is a liar. I'm not going to talk to him anymore because he's a liar. The people who present your own holy text to you, that is okay. To call all of these people liars, that's fine?
No, let me finish. Just 1 second.
No, answer my question. That's a yes or no. Answer my question. That's a yes or no question.
Not yes or no.
You have called everyone on this stage a liar. I want you to answer the question.
Because they said Muhammad is.
I want you to answer the question.
What? Come on, let's have.
Wait, are you disagreeing with the fact that I said?
Question.
I was say, are you disagreeing with the fact that I said Muhammad was a warlord?
No, not like that.
Because he was a warlord. He made war on other nations.
Did you see the debate between Mohammed Hijab and Jordan Peterson? He gave
how's that relevant to this conversation?
Because
how's that relevant to this conversation?
Because he
did any of us get mentioned in that? Did any of us get mentioned in that debate?
So much, man. Now, let me answer him. Yeah,
I'm not going to let you answer anymore because you are still not answering the question.
Would you rather we use the word war friend?
It was a yes or no question.
No, it's not a yes or no question. I'm giving the reason.
It is a yes or no question. So, are you saying that your scriptures are lying, or are you saying that you are lying? That is one of two options that we've found out right now, because you keep saying every single time Mubarak posts a link, that is a lie. That lie comes directly. That lie comes directly from your own scriptures. So either your scriptures are lying or you are lying. Which of the two is it?
Let me answer him, guys. This Peter doesn't stop entertaining.
Yeah, this Peter is holding your feet to the fire, and that is something you don't like. Mubarak did that. Mubarak did that with your holy book, and you called Mubarak a liar. Then JL did it with an example, and JL was a liar. Then T-Jump did it with another example, and T-Jump was a liar. Everyone on this stage is a liar. But I ask you a simple question, which we have seen during this conversation, and you will not fucking answer the question.
I'm answering.
That leads me to think that you are a liar. You have no clue what you're talking about. You don't even know your own scriptures, which Mubarak has demonstrated. So who's lying?
I'm going to answer the guy that asked me earlier.
Yeah, you're not going to answer me because I'm holding your feet to the fire.
Peter, let him talk. Let him talk. Go ahead, Aaron.
The reason I mentioned the debate between the Mohammed Hijab and the Jordan Peterson, because Jordan Peterson said that he was a warlord, and in the debate, it's not debate, it's a discussion. He gave them reason why he is not a warlord. That's why I'm mentioning this.
Mohammed Hijab is wrong. He's an idiot.
No, you can go to him and tell him that. I'm not knowledgeable.
Aaron. The definition of a warlord is someone who commands an army and makes war on other nations.
Man.
Okay? Muhammad had an army, and he led that army against other nations, converting people at the tip of a sword. Yes, by definition of his actions, he was a warlord.
The prophet was between the Roman Empire and the Persian Empire. So he has no chance except to fight.
He still was a warlord. It doesn't matter how small you are. You could be a big warlord, or you could be a small warlord. He's still a warlord.
Survivor. It's a war for survivor. He was between the biggest name.
warlord.
It doesn't matter the motivation. He's still a warlord. I don't care why you're making war, just that you're making war.
Could have been like Jesus and just been a pacifist. He didn't have to do war.
Yeah, it could have been like Siddhartha, just chilling back and not eating anything. It's all good.
No, guys, can you? This question was answered by famous Muslims. I'm not. I came here.
Famous Muslims.
Yes, can go check.
What? So famous Muslims are to believe over the Quran and the Hadith.
Before we go off on that, can I ask you, Aaron, you said about famous Muslims, is this one of the reasons that you believe? Is this something that convinces you that a God exists?
No, this is a separate topic that I brought up because he said something interesting. So this is not an argument for God.
Yes, exactly. I'm saying this because they have more knowledge about this
I've debated
subject.
Muhammad Hijab.
I never saw the debate.
It's on my YouTube channel.
Cool. There's a bunch of resources that you haven't had access to, or you don't have access to, or you haven't seen, that you haven't read. So here's a recommendation: go back and do the work, just like we told you last time. It looks like it's back to the drawing board for you. So
do the work, because I didn't came here to present other arguments. I came here with specific argument, and you attacked on other arguments that I have.
So do you want to talk about your
No. You deflected from the argument, and you called Mubarak a liar when he addressed
Peter,
your
You've
argument.
brought this up 10 times. So okay, do you want to go back to your argument that lions talk to people?
Yes. I want to go back.
So just to clarify, it was lions, like lions, as in like
Predators.
the big cats?
Predators, yeah.
Predators. Okay. So predators talk to people, right?
1 second. This Mubarak was lying about this hadith.
Forget that. Let's go back to your evidence. Let's go back to your evidence for predators talk to people and
argument a la Pixar.
Yeah.
So what does it mean by predators? I'm curious. Does anybody know? Mubarak what does it mean by predators?
Muhammad.
Guys,
just
let me just 1 second.
The child predators, Muhammad.
Yeah.
No, it means like wild animals.
Wild animals. Okay, so like wild animals. Okay, so like hyenas, jackals, lions, leopards, because jaguars were in South America. So okay, so I get it. So the predators will talk to people. So how does that work?
To talk to you guys. Just be respectful. I'm not one. But don't.
Yeah, we're really respectful to the guy who calls everyone a liar.
Go ahead.
We've hashed it, Peter. Aaron, tell us about the animals that talk to people.
No. I said I will go to the last two parts, and then we'll go to the first two parts. Do you agree with me about the sandals? About what he meant about the sandals? What it say about him speaking to the strap of his boots and so on?
No, at all.
Why not?
Because I don't think they were talking about Nike. I think they were talking about, it was just a weird prediction.
No, it's not about Nike. Google also made the one.
Doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. So it was not talking about Google. It wasn't talking about Nike. It was just a weird statement that was vague and ambiguous.
What does even if I grant you that it's weird, why he said in the next one, and his thighs informed him of what occurred with his family and after him.
My thighs do not inform me.
Just I will show you 1 second.
No, I heard the passage. My thighs don't inform me of anything.
We have a comment from our YouTube audience. Blessed be he writes that Muhammad says that the ants talk.
That's true.
Can you see the picture that I posted?
No, I'm playing a video game. I can't see anything.
I posted the picture.
I don't care. What does it say? I just want the evidence. I don't care about the sources.
No. But it's like, for example, if you type on Google Typhoon, you can type on Google Typhoon. You will see that a lot of picture that of phone inside in the thigh, and we know for a fact that phones are
Phones do not
you can-
reside in the thigh. They have pockets, but the thigh isn't what's
Yeah.
telling you anything. The phone's telling you things. So it's incorrect to say the thigh is telling you what's happening with your family.
type the thigh phone.
The thigh is a platform.
The
The
thigh
phone
phone?
is the device.
It's the thigh phone. Oh, is this like a language game where it's iPhone sounds a lot like thigh phone, and so it's a prediction of the thigh phone?
No, it's more like that you put your phone around the picture he shared is like a strap. So you put your phone on your thigh and you know from the phone how your family is doing.
Right. It's less funny, but
Okay,
My
let me see
thighs
here.
tell me I need to do more cardio.
So let me see here. This is volume 4, Hadith 2181. By the one in whose hand is my soul, the hour will not be established until wild animals speak to people, and until the tip of a man's whip and the straps on his sandals speak to him, and his thigh informs him of what occurred with his family after him. That's what the Hadith says. So, going by this, by the one in whose hand is my soul, so that would be Allah, the hour will not be established until wild animals speak to people.
That is
Well,
not
they
good.
don't. They don't.
Does it really say that?
Yes, and so the hour will not be established until wild animals speak to people, comma, and until the tip of a man's whip and the straps on his sandal shoelaces, speak to him, and his thigh informs him of what occurred with his family after him.
I don't have
So-
a whip.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Okay,
my whip is in the shop. It doesn't speak to me yet.
So obviously whips. So this is just from I'm not Muslim. You know, I wasn't brought up in it. So just reading this, and if I were to put myself in the sandals of these individuals who were writing this comes off as very, very metaphorical. This is extreme metaphor. This is not prediction. This is like so incredibly a vague metaphor that it could be applied to anything, because you'd have to interpret what are wild animals? What does it mean by speaking? Hang on a sec. You have to interpret. No, Aaron, you have to interpret. Aaron, stop. You have to interpret what does it mean by wild animals actually? What does it actually mean by speaking to people? What does it mean by the tip of a man's whip? And what does it mean by the straps on his sandals? And what does it mean by his thigh informing him? Okay.
One second.
Well, actually, I think listening to that, I think I understand what it means. Like tip of a whip sounds like a dick, and thigh also sounds kind of like a dick reference. So it seems like it's making a reference to future immorality or something.
Talking?
Yeah.
I was going to put out there the only thing actually worthy of worship is thighs, and so...
So it could so to go by TJump, so it could be saying the hour will not be established until wild animals speak to people. If they consider individuals who don't believe in Allah or apostates, that they could be equating those with wild animals. So it's not actually talking about animals, it's talking about people who reject Allah. And because we can speak to one another, and until the tip of a man's whip and the straps on his sandal speak to him.
Well, it sounds like it's saying people go insane. That's kind of what it seems like it's saying. Like when
people could go crazy. Okay, mass insanity.
Like for example, have you never seen a movie called The Chronicle of Narnia?
Yes, I've seen the Chronicles of Narnia.
Did the people speak to lions or not?
Yes, in the Disney movie, people spoke.
Is he really gonna use C.S. Lewis to prove Islam?
I was going to say, you're coming back full circle to my joke, which I don't think is a good idea.
Everything the light touches is yours.
Amy, your joke really kicks.
Thank you.
So is this predicting the end of the world then?
When Narnia becomes the case, the end of the world will happen.
No. Could it be the case? Could like for example, could he meant that people? It's possible that he meant that people will talk to wild animals. Like
right now, we have no examples of anything but in science fiction and fantasy of anything like that happening.
Don't you guys agree that movies are like, for example, almost real? Like
no, I don't at all. As someone, as Aaron, as someone who literally hosts and created and hosts a movie podcast. No, I can tell you definitively, movies are not real.
No, he took Amy's joke and made it real. Literally, it's a prediction of Disney.
I know.
Wow.
No, I
Disney,
didn't mean
Nike,
like
and Google. The Quran predicts Disney, Nike, and Google.
Oh, so the Lion King is evidence that the hadiths are correct.
Answer the question. I know you are trying so hard to mock me, but you didn't answer anything.
No. You're doing that.
Go ahead. What do you want to say about the lions? Tell us. Wild animals speak to people.
Be prepared.
Let's stick to one argument at a time.
Sure.
If we took, like I told you about the first two, let's answer them first. Then we go to the lions.
Let's start with the lions. The lions is the most interesting one. Let's start with that one. Because if any part of this
Mufasa,
is wrong,
Simba,
then the prediction is wrong. So if any one of these is wrong, let's start with the hardest one.
Let's talk about the lions.
Yeah.
Do you guys agree that there is two, like for example, there is two interpretation of that? He could have mean literally, like we talk to lions, which is possible with our technology in the future.
Sure.
So even if that's the case, it's more possible today than 400 years ago with the technology that we have today. Or the second interpretation that maybe he saw a movie or anything or something. When he was presented with the future and he saw, like for example, a man talking to a lion in a movie.
No.
Wait, what?
Why not?
A man talking to Allah in a movie? Oh, a lion.
To a lion. It's like, how do we know that he wasn't talking about like that what he was describing was like a movie of a person talking to a lion?
Yeah.
And
So God gave him a vision of the Lion King as his vision of the future.
God gave him a lot of vision. I'm talking about this specific one.
Right. So
God came down.
A Disney movie revelation.
I think the fact that Allah didn't tell him that it was nothing but a flicka show, that it doesn't really hold any water. So
just a minute, Aaron, whose interpretation are you using?
I'm using my own interpretation because
because your own interpretation stands against the majority of Muslim or even the scholars that talks about the Hadith. Because most of the time when they talk about the Hadith, they talk about actual vocal communication.
No, but I don't. Just 1 second. Because 400 years ago, this Hadith would look so weird.
I know. I'm talking about people like Ibn Baz, who is one. I said I used his name earlier. He's a scholar. You know who's Ibn Baz?
No, I know a lot of them. Just 1 second. Can you?
Do you know who's Ibn Baz?
Yes.
Yes. So he says it's actual talk and verbal, and we're not talking about people who lived 300 years ago. We're talking about modern people. Yes, he died in the 90s, but he faced and recognized modern technology.
No, but it's a commentary. We can take it as a commentary. It's not like we can take it as a commentary. Nothing super.
So it's your commentary against a commentary of a scholar of the Hadith in Islam, Mufti of the Haramain, and a professor in a college that taught the Hadith and Deen for almost his entire life. Do you see the problem here, Aaron?
No, I don't see the problem. We know. Let's stick to one argument, please. Let's stick to the.
Can you think how insane it would be if he'd shown him visions of Star Wars instead of the Lion King?
I know. It would be more amazing.
that would be insane.
Well, that sounds more like a Christian revelation with the flaming swords that can cut through things and the flying chariots and stuff. That's what happened.
And there's a planet totally of ice and a planet totally of sand and
and little cute teddy bears that talk.
He didn't even answer the strap of his boat talking to him. He didn't know. You said that it, but we know that this happened today. Why you didn't answer that?
No, what happens today?
What happened today? Yeah.
The straps of like for example the shoe talk to you.
Yes, that does happen today, and it's totally coincidence.
No, it's not coincidence because
Wait,
if
shoes
a
talk? Wait, like shoestrings? Shoestrings talk to people?
The laces, yeah.
Just 1 second. If a man 400 years ago predicts this insane thing, no one would believe him. But we are reading the context today. Like for example, he says the shoe talked to you, like the strap of the shoe.
Sure.
And it magically came to happen. So how do you answer that?
Lots of
Okay, we're
guesses,
running
some
out
can
of
be right.
time here, so we can
Yeah.
continue this shoe strapping conversation in the next fortnight. We'd like to try to get to one more person who's in the queue, and maybe just for a few minutes to hear what they have to say before we close things down. Oh, Aaron, yes, you left. I was just going to ask you if you had any final you wanted to say. Did anybody else have anything they wanted to cover quickly before we move to our next guest?
Yeah,
Hakuna Matata.
Even if his prediction about the shoelaces talking was correct, it's only a successful prediction if all the other parts of the prediction are also correct, because if they're wrong, then it's just a bunch of guesses, then one happens to be right and a bunch happen to be wrong. So you'd have to justify all the other ones, like the tip of your whip talking to you would also have to be correct until that was actually evidence. Just the one, even if it is correct, would not be evidence on its own until all the other parts were shown to also be correct.
Sounds good. If you're hearing us, feel free to join us. Otherwise, we're going to probably be closing things down pretty soon.
And obviously, the whip didn't speak to Indiana Jones because it would have said, "Hey, you can't use me to swing like that," because that's not how these things work. So.
Well, I guess maybe what we'll do is move on with some final thoughts about the conversations today. Since we are pretty close to noon here, we've been running for almost 4 hours. Thank you to everybody for being here. Did Mubarak, since you're new with us, why don't you tell us if you had any final thoughts about today's episode and anything that stood out to you?
Well, I liked a lot of the discussion we had and the people we talked to. And we have I noticed a problem, especially with the last guest, that they will use the ignorance of the other people in the panel or the audience of the language or of the topics, and they will just deny, even though that you present evidence to them. And he have a very, very weird interpretation of that hadith, because like most scholars, even modern scholars, I sent him a video that he could see if it's in Arabic, but it's a scholar that actually still lives, who knows about all this details that he want to present, that he's talking about like a miraculous thing in the future. So it doesn't make sense to use it as evidence of how Islam is true. If it's something that's gonna happen, it's miraculous and it's gonna happen in the future. But there's a lot of time that I just laughed, because I will present him with something and he doesn't want to admit it. Like, he totally denies the fact that the word in Arabic means what it means, because it will make him look bad, make Islam look bad. Because the word in Arabic says prisoner of wars, and then he decided, no, it just means prisoners. It's the prophet of war, no, it just means prisoners. Well, what do you do with prisoners after the war?
Mubarak.
Mubarak,
you just lie.
Exactly. And that's the problem, is that whenever you talk to them about something, and like for this subject especially, you introduced him to something and he's like, no, you're lying. I didn't say anything from my own. I'm just reading to you the exact text and you calling me a liar. So that's just mind baffling. It's like, you could read it yourself. But
I'm going to make a prediction, Mubarak. We're going to get more Muslims in the future, and they will all call you a liar and full of hate.
I think that I think that's true.
I'm the son of God, so worship me.
So thank you, Mubarak. Since Peter was just interjecting, why don't you tell us next what your final thoughts are?
So I want to apologize to the rest of the panel because I got a little heated about the whole liar thing. I hate it when people are called liars when there's no evidence that they are lying, because in order for people to lie, you have to have a reason to present false information. And unless you can point out what someone's reason is, and even so with what Mubarak did, just presenting a text and then just saying they're a liar, coming up here and saying you have to read the Quran in the original Arabic, and then trying to convince us that we need to go to Google Translate because his translation is the best one. I don't get it. You can say that someone is wrong. Don't call them a liar, because we're not here to lie to people. If we present something to you, we might be wrong, but we're not lying. That's not something we need to do in order to keep the position that we have. We're atheists for a reason, not because we're lying, but because we don't see enough evidence for there to be a God. Now, if you come on here, you can present your evidence. Or a goddess. Yes. So you can come on here and you can present your evidence, but don't accuse us of lying, because it has no meaning. It literally, none of us is up here to lie to people, because why would we? We're atheists because we take the honest position that we can think of. So that's my thought. Anyway, we're still a good conversation, and I'm really happy that we got Mubarak on the panel, because I think that he can fill a void that we had so far.
Yeah, no, this is great. I see that Wee has just joined us, so we'll just hold off on our final thoughts and just hear what Wee has to say, and maybe we'll go about five or 10 minutes. Hello, Wee. Welcome to the panel, and thank you for joining us.
Hi. So I heard you guys were talking about so maybe the 2 topics ago, you were talking about other books and how they also make predictions, and they've been shown to be true. So therefore, their idea of a god is right. So how can two different gods be right? Either one is lying, right?
No, it's a demonstration that the logic doesn't work out. So, for example, if someone claims that evidence for their god is because a particular holy text made a prediction, that prediction came true, and that is sufficient evidence, by that logic, we can apply that to other holy texts that do the same thing. So it's a break in the epistemology, is what it is. So they basically say, I know my God exists because my book says it makes a prediction that comes true, but I reject that holy book. Even though it made a prediction that came true, I reject that. So it's a break, and that's what that's meant to demonstrate.
Also, I have a friend who's Muslim, and he keeps telling me that there's no contradictions in the Quran or Islam. So I don't even know what to say to that, because I'm not sure if there is.
Well, there have been a lot of, if you search Google for contradictions in the Quran, same as searching for them in the Bible or other religious texts, there's usually many websites out there that will list what they are and cite the different verses that contradict with each other, so you can see for yourself and even double check with the books directly yourself and see that there are contradictions. And then there's also information in many religious texts that are just wrong. Like in the Quran, there's a part that talks about how fresh water and salt water don't mix. And then, of course, the apologists will talk about how it's not being, it's been taken out of context or being mistranslated or whatever. The fact is that it's in all these different English translations of it, and this is what we're seeing. So that leads me to think this one person who has an opinion about it versus professionals who've done translations. I'm going to side with the professionals who've done translations. I hope this is helpful.
Also, we were talking about it earlier. You should bring up the chapter, The Ant, in which Solomon has not only a wonderful conversation, but he starts laughing at how silly the ants are for talking to each other, and then he gives them orders. And so if you like a contradiction, that's not physically possible as far as we can tell.
That's a good point. Sorry, go ahead, we.
There was like what was it? There's also how there's like the suffix after the ant, which means it's like a female ant, so it's referring to every animal as a female. That's why. Oh, that's also what I heard. So it's like a she ant or she camel, and there's like stuff like that, which doesn't make any sense. So
it sounds like more work needs to be done on these translations, really. So
no, these are like literal Arabic translations too. So that's what they are. And then the apologists or whatever translators, they try to change the meaning so it doesn't look suspicious. That's what it is. So it's like halal if you're lying about your religion to. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but like.
I'm just curious, if you don't mind me asking, should I put you in our list as a theist or an atheist, or?
I would say I'm like an atheist agnostic.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you very much.
All right,
Did you have anything else you wanted to share with us before we move on to our final thoughts?
No, all right, I'm good. Thank you.
Hey, it's a pleasure to have you up here. Thank you for joining us and raising these questions. Okay, so I guess T-Jump, did you want to, I was going to come to you next and ask, did you have any final thoughts about today, and did you want to let us know how things are progressing with your Atheist Church project?
Yeah, sure. So today was pretty good. I like having someone who's educated in Islam to be able to chat with. That helps a lot. Atheist Church is going well. I'm filing for 501c3, but it takes like 6 to 8 months for the IRS to actually approve it, which kind of sucks how long it takes. But looking for donations, because our goal is to buy an apartment building and offer affordable housing to people, so we can have a moral church that does what Christian churches should be doing, to hopefully inspire them to actually become less useless in society. So if you can, please subscribe to the Atheist Church, give donations so that we can outclass Christian churches and make a better religion, the atheist religion.
Okay, thank you, T-Jump. I guess, X, did you have anything you wanted to share with us today?
I got here kind of late, so I'll pass, but I did enjoy having Mubarak and his knowledge of Arabic and the text. That was great. So thanks for joining us.
Great, yeah. It's always great to see you. JL Warren, your final thoughts.
This was a fun one today. Some good quality conversations and some wacky ones. That this was a lot of fun. It's always a little interesting at the beginning, but I think we found our groove, and so the big huge thank you to Mubarak especially. So great to have you part of the panel. I think you fill a necessary gap that we had a gap there. I think you filled that up quite well. And then, of course, Ix, Jack, Peter, Randolph, T-Jump, Amy, Taco, thank you all so much. Appreciate that. And of course, everybody else, whoever comes on the stage. Kind of a bummer. It's a bummer that King Xerxes won't be joining us for a while, so I hope everything works out for him. And don't forget, www.darthdawkins.com. Get your official Darth Dawkins squeak toy.
Yeah, and these links can also be found in the theisthelpline.com website. If you click on About, the link at the top right corner, you'll find a link to all our hosts, including the one that JL Warren just mentioned, and also T-Jump's Atheist Church and so on. Jack Burton, your final thoughts.
Want to welcome Mubarak again. Thanks. Welcome to the panel. And of all the Sundays I spent on Discord in the morning, this was definitely one of them.
Thank you. Amy, your final thoughts.
Well, I just want to agree with Jack as a starter. It is definitely a day that ends in Y, and I'm lovely to be here with all you guys. So just very quickly, we do share common ancestry. Abiogenesis is the most likely hypothesis that we're leaning towards. Macroevolution's time. Legal and physical laws are two different concepts. We make up legal laws, and physical laws are just descriptors. It's the difference between prescription and description. We shouldn't presuppose a God. Genesis 22, even though it includes Abraham, doing the OG sacrifice, it was evil even back then. You can't have sacrificial magic, for lack of a better time. Lions can't speak English. Once again, I just want to send a lot of love to all of the people that tried to make Simba come to life in CGI and failed. So thank you for that. But the cartoon's still good, and ants can't talk either. But I will say, welcome Mubarak, and I want to send love to JL Warren's, T-Jumps, and Randolph Richardson streams. You guys should all be following, and subscribing. And I want to thank Ix, Jack, Peter, Randolph, T-Jump, JL Warren, Taco, and Mubarak. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Amy. I'm just going to say thank you to Politics Discord at discord.gg/politics if you're not online live right now and need a way to get to it. They sponsor us by providing this stage and this lovely audience that comes and joins us and challenges us with their ideas, and we always appreciate it. We're also Canadian Atheists is also helping with taking care of the website and things like that in the back end for us. So we're really appreciative of all this. The work that Taco has done to organize this is so important. He's the reason we're all here and brought together on this, which is why I'm going to leave the last words with him after just saying again to our audience, thank you to everybody for tuning into this and participating in the various ways that you do. If you know of anybody who is interested in this show, please feel free to share the website with them, which is at www.theisthelpline.com. And again, the About section and the Sponsors section I'll draw your attention to. We also have the schedule of all our upcoming programs there. Thank you very much. Taco, your final thoughts.
Yeah, that was awesome. Mubarak, you rock, dude. Good job. We definitely were weak there, and now we aren't. Now, Zionist Jules did have a question. Do we have time for a quick question?
Just before we, sure, just as long as it's really quick, just before we do that, Mubarak, I just want to make sure that I'm getting your name correct because I'm hearing a lot of different variations on it. Is it Mubarak?
Yeah, it's Mubarak.
Thank you.
I really don't. If you are in vicinity of how my name is, I will respond.
No problem. I'm just doing my best. I always try to get it right, and we're all new to you here, so we're still getting used to it. And I had it wrong when I first asked you earlier. So, Zionist Jules, welcome and thank you for joining us. We've just got a few minutes, but go ahead with your question, sir.
My apologies, and I'm really sorry for doing this last minute. I'm very thankful for the guests on this panel. So I just wanted to ask a really quick question. I'll be off the stage. There's and this is directed to Mubarak. There's this concept that I've heard about taqiyya. Apparently, it's like the Muslims' ability to lie so they could further like their Islamic goal. Is that the right interpretation of what taqiyya is?
That's complicated because they will interpret it the way that they want to. As in, you can take it as in, well, that's giving them permission to lie. They'll give the apologetic, well, it only means to lie under duress. And so it's why we shouldn't rely on holy texts. But back to the panel.
Yeah, the taqiyya is more, it's complicated because it's the reason for it in Islam is to lie under duress. So if someone is standing above your head saying, denounce Islam or I will kill you, you could denounce Islam. But in later years, it has been stretched somewhat that you could lie to someone else to convince them that Islam is good. There's a story that is repeated. It most likely not true, but it's repeated among like scholarly circuit when it's a da'wah man. And it's a guy who had a neighbor who's Christian. The Christian was an alcoholic, and the guy is Muslim. And he kept telling him, if you convert to Islam, it will be good for you. You should just convert to Islam. But then he said, well, I like my alcohol. I like to drink. And the guy said, well, if you convert to Islam, will not stop you from drinking. So the guy converted to Islam. And he said, well, now you're a Muslim. If you drink, we're gonna give you the punishment drinking, which is you get public lashing. And if you want to leave Islam, now you're an apostate, so you will be killed. So basically, that is a sense of the taqiyya, kind of, if it explains anything. That you could use white lies, within air quotes, to convince someone, because the lie, the problem from lying is less than the benefit of converting someone else into Islam. And it differs from every scholar interpretation. Some people say you shouldn't do it unless you're real under duress, and some people say you could use it basically on a daily basis.
And this is the last question. I'm done. Would you say during this whole panel where we had like Muslim people on, do you think they could use taqiyya under those situations? Right.
I think the specific, when I asked the person to translate the meaning of the word, and he totally denied it, which is like he just straight on lied. There's nothing else but to lie, and the only reason he lied is to make Islam look better. So yeah, I think there was some of that.
Thank you for joining us, Zionist Jules, with those great questions. Taqiyya is an important concept that comes up a lot, and I think Mubarak summarized it very well for us all. Thank you, Mubarak. Yeah, when it comes to the earlier accusations about everyone on the panel lying, not everybody was even speaking at that time, but for myself, if somebody accuses me of lying, I'm going to reject it as well. That's a normal thing to do when we're actually not lying, is to reject the accusation. I don't think anybody really takes it personally, because we know people get kind of heated in these things. We're after good quality conversation, and if people can phrase things a little differently, such as in terms of I think you're misrepresenting things, or that feels to me like you're lying, you probably get a lot further with people in general than just making an outright accusation. But this is only a suggestion. Present yourself however you like, but my hope is that this is helpful to you. Thank you, everybody, and I guess Talk is going to close the stage now. Again, to everybody in the audience, we greatly appreciate this, and we just got a comment in our YouTube audience from Lorraine Drosophila. I'm probably getting her name slightly wrong, but I'm trying. She wrote, "Thank you, Randolph. I appreciate you posting this for us non-Discorders." Yes, we are also broadcasting this on YouTube. TJump and JL Warren are also doing that on their channels, and we are very happy to be able to make this accessible to people outside of Discord as well, and have permanent records of it on YouTube, because people do enjoy listening to these. Thank you very much, everybody, for everything.
Good night.
Taqiyya, not just assemblable furniture from Thailand.
Oh, it's different than, how would they pronounce that in IKEA? I guess Taco's moved himself out of here, so I guess I'm going to have to close everything down. So
sorry, I'm trying to figure this out with these new perms. I think I got it.